right, I am in Washington, D.C., heading to the Stand With Israel rally near the White House on today, Friday the 13th.
Feet, turn left onto 6th Street Northwest.
On today, Friday the 13th, 2023. Some friends have been concerned, but understand why I need to be here. And I stand with Israel. I'm a Christian, and I believe in the restoration of Israel. I pray for it every day, and the return of the people to Israel. I also pray for all of the people who are caught in this horrific war, no matter where they live. So, thank you, Docs and Grandma. Haley Bart, thank you. Docs and Grandma, are you able to look up for me real quick? I'm not sure where you are. Exactly which park. It's not going to be hard to find it, but I'm just trying to navigate the fastest way to be there on the ground.
Turn left onto 6th Street Northwest.
And it said near the White House, but I'm wondering which park. It's probably just all in front of the White House.
Turn right onto Massachusetts Avenue Northwest.
Or anyone else who wants to look it up for me,
In
or
500
try
feet,
to.
turn left onto 7th Street Northwest. Take the next left onto 7th Street Northwest.
Yeah,
then turn right onto K Street Northwest.
Yeah, there's high alert here too. Every single officer in New York City is on duty. They are having a rally at 3 o'clock in support of freedom of speech, no matter whether you're Palestinian, Jewish, Israelite, Christian. They're standing for freedom of speech and to end the propaganda war on all citizens around the world. And so I had my eyes on New York City. I was even considering going up there, but Epoch Times alerted me that we had this rally here, and because I stand with Israel, I've decided to come this way. Thank you so much for covering me in prayer, and everybody, absolutely everybody who is standing up for their beliefs today that are in alignment with God's principles. We need to stand up for all people who stand for peace and love and abhor violence of any kind. 7934 to 6. Okay, I can go left here. Oh no, I caught myself out in the middle. Ah, I did too. Oh, this is bad. And it says, thank goodness this truck is blocking worse than I am. Oh my gosh. Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, Carol. Hello, Nina, Lee, Docs and Grandma. Freedom Plaza, thank you. All right, let me change that. I am right out in the middle. Sorry. Don't know what to do. I'm probably getting a $100 ticket. What can I say? Freedom Plaza, Washington, D.C.
Okay, there's Freedom Plaza 0.7 miles away. Want to navigate there?
Yes. Thank you so much for looking that up.
Freedom Plaza 0.7 miles away.
Because I couldn't get the, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you.
Head west
nice.
on New York Avenue Northwest towards 7th Street Northwest, then turn left onto 7th Street Northwest. Turn right onto K Street Northwest.
Yes, oh my gosh. Psalm 37, love it. Thank you, Lils. I did call David to see what he and Storm were doing. David is working on a project that has a deadline, but he was very concerned, wanted me to be careful, and he said if he was able to, he would dox me and join me later if he could. So, I understand about deadlines. It honestly, I was a little bit torn at first, and then just God put it on my heart. This is what I needed to be doing, because I'm having another auction this Sunday. I need to, because of my bills. I'm not going to make my bills if I don't have the auctions. But this is, I'm going to start crying. I'm right where I'm supposed to be. I'm right where I'm supposed to be. I got called to be somewhere today as a Christian. I was watching a very, very interesting
In a quarter mile, turn right onto East Street
press
Northwest.
conference this morning that had rabbi and Palestinian, honestly I'm not sure what her role was, but in New York City, they are the ones who are gathering for this protest at 3. I agree with the protest of down with all this propaganda, without, our governments are not telling us the truth around the world, and there's so much propaganda. And even one news source is saying that the Pope has stated straight up that Jesus came from Satan, and that they are basically worshiping Satan, and it's just like, what in the world? Like, there's so much crazy stuff going on. I don't know what to think about that. I mean, I have my opinions, but I'm not going to discuss them here. But anyway, and that was just one news source, so I don't know. But I felt like the one person that was missing from their group in that press conference this morning in New York, with the Palestinian representative and the rabbi was a Christian. I wanted to see Jesus represented there, and I'm sure he was, absolutely, but that's what started putting it on my heart that I needed to be present today. I know I keep putting the watermark on, you guys. No, cancel. Oh, I keep putting the watermark up. Watch it. It'll be there for a second. It'll be there for a second, and then it'll disappear. It's there now, and in a minute it'll disappear. It's the darndest thing. I don't know what's happening. There it goes. It's gone. Conspiracy. Conspiracy against my watermark. So the rally is starting at 12:30, and it's 12:30 now, so I was 50 minutes away, 50 minutes, and we're 5 minutes away now, so that's good. What is that a picture of? The Forgotten Man? I mean, that statue? What is that a statue of? West Virginia and a Christian, thoughts and prayers today. Looking forward to it, and thank you for covering it. Thank you, Lils. Thank you so much. God just put it on my heart. Get your butt down here. Get your tuchus to support Israel. As you all know, I was once married to a Jewish man. It's not like a statement. It just is a fact, and
take the next right onto East Street Northwest.
I can't even believe that people are anti-Semitic in this day and age. That they support the killing and murdering of children, like a Holocaust
in half a mile,
and genocide.
Your destination will be on the left.
And I don't support the wiping out of any peoples. No matter whether the U.S. or Israel or Palestine or Hamas or this is craziness. But I do believe that Israel needed to retaliate and put a stop not necessarily retaliate, but put a stop to Hamas. So I, as a Christian, stand with Israel. I just, yeah, I can't even imagine that a woman who was a Holocaust survivor, I'm going to start crying, a Holocaust survivor wound up being tortured again, whether she is dementia or not. You know, those are the kinds of things that Satan wants you to question your God about. I refuse to question my God about it. You know? God bless her. She prayerfully had no idea what was happening, really. And prayerfully she doesn't remember Holocaust. And God may have had her ignite us all out of our seats in front of the news TV, you know. Those of us that are able to, because God bless everybody that's able to watch from home, because they can't be out in the streets, you know. So all of us together are doing this, you know. Like those of you at home, like Toxin Grandma was just able to find out exactly which park I need to be in. You know, we're all working together, so it's amazing. But he may have needed her for that purpose, and you know, I'm never questioning God. Those days are long gone. Hi Tracy, good to see you. Eliminate people have bred with demons. They are pure and evil love wars between God's children. Hope, it's so crazy, isn't it? It's just so crazy. I can't even understand it. Okay, we got people in the park. I need to park somewhere. Straight ahead. It is straight ahead, so I am going right. Is he letting me go right? I don't know.
In 400 feet, turn left onto F Street Northwest. Take the next left onto F Street Northwest, then turn left onto 13th Street Northwest.
Oh, thank you, Tracy. God bless you. Why won't my watermark stay? I don't understand. I could have moved the parking over there. All right, y'all don't forget to hit that like button for me. It helps to get this out. Anybody who would like to contribute towards gas and expenses, it's much appreciated.
Then turn right onto Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest.
I am not at home working on things for the auction because this is where I've been called to be today. But there is an auction on Sunday, unless God calls me to another event. I just don't know how many pieces we'll have. I do have some things already created, so. Fire department's headed towards the rally. Big time. Okay, we gotta find a place to park. I think I can go right on red. I think I'm going to. Okay. I was parking around on the other side of the
Take the next right onto G Street Northwest.
No turn on right, okay. Sorry about the fan noise. I've got the AC on to keep the phone from overheating because I wanted to go live right away. Or as soon as I got into DC here. Press pass. Don't run over the woman. I got my humble heart on. Let's see. 2 hours.
In 600
3.5
feet,
hours.
turn right onto 11th Street Northwest.
This is it. We're parking. It's gonna be tight, but I can do it. The Bumble bus will fit. Hallelujah. Got to pay for parking too. Don't let me walk off without paying for parking. Goodness gracious. Mark says it's National No Bra Day. Now that would have been if I stayed at home. Sorry. Oh my gosh. My adrenaline's going a little bit, I'm not going to lie. I might say some things I don't normally say. You never know. Oh, you can't wait until I see it. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Thank you. You guys are amazing. Everyone's so supportive. Oh goodness. Earplugs, yes. Because you know those lunatics will probably be here. They hate everything that's good. Apparently. Alright. Don't let me forget my umbrella. I don't know where to put my pepper spray. Am I allowed to just carry that on me? Like front and center, where I'd like it. I don't know. Pepper spray is really necessary today. I'm gonna say it's not. I'm gonna put it in my purse. Sorry. Extra battery goes there. Let's get the gimbal. You would? I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna need it. If there was an attack, I don't think that honestly pepper spray would be the right defense today, to be honest with you. Putting my trust in Jesus. Oh, that's the best thing to do. Alright. Yes, I brought my phone cord. No, my phone cord won't work. Alright. Where's the other one? You know, you try to use the cords that they want you to use and stuff, but they don't give you the right cords to use. Oh, I gotta take y'all out of the case. In there. see, the gimbal goes to that, and then that goes to that. Jeez, it'll be over by the time I get there. Okay, so we're charging the gimbal, and then we're charging the phone from the gimbal. Perfect. Oh no, that's going on. How did that work? Thank you so much, Angel Girl. Oh, hello, Vet Mom. Good to see y'all. Alright, we're just going to charge the phone from the gimbal then for now. No. What the hell? I'm getting confused. Okay, don't charge the gimbal. Good grief. Just go for the phone. Yes, I'm talking to myself. Unless anybody's listening to me. Goodness. Okay, and then that one I can't do. Yes, I can. Okay. So. Oh, yes, I can charge the gimbal too. Okay. Perfect. I like this new charger that Uncle Deuce told me to get. He didn't know which one I was going to get, but I got one. There we go. And bring the extra one. Pay this meter. Alright, it expires at 2:47, y'all. 2:47. Grab my own. I gotta take this, sorry, I gotta take the cover off. It'll overheat big time. Got helicopters overhead. Okay. By the way, I didn't find out that this was going on until I think it was about 11. Just so you know. Doing the best I can with what I got. Oh. I was actually aiming to leave the house by 11 to go to New York City. I'm not even kidding you. Alright. Oh my god, I can't get out of the car. I'm going to bring the fan instead. Okay. I think we're good. Now somehow I got to figure out how to get my keys in here after I lock this. And get my backpack on. Oh my gosh, thank you. I decided to grab the fan instead. That umbrella is meant for being on a stand, and it's a little awkward. So I brought the fan to fan the phone instead. It wasn't really about me, it's about the phone. Alright, how's the underside of my car? Hey, Wyoming girl. Getting your load out of the car. I know, it's like insane. You gotta make sure you have everything. have to count kids. That's true. Oh no, we're not buffering today. I know I did. Thank you, McFly. I appreciate it. Sorry, y'all, I'm sort of looking around. Okay, we're behind the stage here.
Many people from Arboretum recently compare what happened last Saturday to the Holocaust. And innocent Jews were killed just for being Jews. I myself was the president of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, still leading the Hungarian delegation. And you should know that in Hungary we do not allow any trace of anti-Semitism. And while the words of hatred and the pro-Hamas, pro-terrorist demonstrations are taking place in many cities all around Europe and also in this country. You should know that the Prime Minister Orbán just today banned all pro-Hamas, pro-terrorist demonstrations. There is no place for hatred in the streets of Budapest and elsewhere in Hungary. There is no place for anti-Semitism. We stand with Israel.
No place for anti-Semitism. Amen.
Toda Haba, and thank you for the organization.
Friends of Israel, my name is James Roston. I'm the Deputy British Ambassador here in Washington, D.C. The UK joins all of you here today in this square to stand with Israel. The UK government unequivocally condemns the despicable terrorist acts by Hamas against the Israeli people.
All right. United Kingdom stands with Israel.
Cannot be more clear. Hamas is a terrorist organization, and terror must
Can you see the stage?
be defeated. And as we observe, Hamas does not speak or act for the Palestinian people. Its actions have put people in Gaza at risk, civilians that it purports to represent. I say again, terrorism must be defeated. Now, We're here today because the UK has offered Israel whatever support she needs, whether that's diplomatic or something to ensure its security.
Thank you. Sorry.
And the British
Didn't
Prime
mean to make you
Minister
jump.
has ordered the deployment of further military assets to the eastern Mediterranean in support of our US colleagues who are already there.
I'm so sorry. I'm trying to press.
We do this to prevent further escalation, but to stand with Israel. And our Foreign Secretary this week visited to meet the President and to meet the government of Israel to pledge our continuing support. Those who would seek to do Israel harm and
You're so
inflame
tall.
these tensions should
Thank
have no
you.
doubt. We stand with Israel today,
I'm
tomorrow,
pressed. I'm just trying to
and
get
always.
in. Thank you.
There's a man in the crowd. There's a gentleman in the crowd who has a sign, and that sign says, "This time we have a state and an army." He's right. We stood with you in April to mark 75 years of the State of Israel. We will stand with you to mark 100 and 150. Thank you.
Your poster's getting coffee on it. Is this your poster? Oh, okay.
Bonjour,
I
I am Aurélie, I'm the Deputy Ambassador of the French Embassy, and I'm really filled with emotion as I join you here today to honor the victims of the unspeakable terrorist attacks by Hamas against Israel. I don't think words can describe what happened on Saturday. A murderous and blind hate, cruelty unleashed at a level that is hard to comprehend for any human being. We share the grief of the Israeli people. We all stand with Israel on in this terrible moment. Our solidarity with Israel is unwavering. 13 French citizens were also the victims of this bloody rampage, and 17 are still missing, among them children. Bring our children home. I find comfort in being here with you all, in sharing our sadness and our mourning together. Nothing justifies terrorism. Nothing. And in our fight against the evil that is terrorism, we must always uphold our values and our humanity. At the highest level, France has actively reaffirmed Israel's right to defend itself. France is also at the forefront of diplomatic efforts to prevent an escalation of the conflict and spillover into the West Bank, Lebanon, and the wider region. The fight against terror cannot replace the quest for peace, and this is what France and its allies and partners will continue to work for. But today, as I share with you this very sad moment on the Freedom Plaza, I didn't really want to deliver a speech. What I really want to be doing today is to hold my Jewish friends and family very close in my heart and in my arms, and to tell them that I will always stand by your side and I will be always watching your back.
Shalom, shalom.
We are and we will always be stronger together.
Buongiorno, my name is Alessandro Gonzalez. I'm here today to bring also the voice of Italy. And first and foremost, this voice is saying that we stand firmly in support, unwavering support to Israel. So I'm just repeating something that President Mattarella, Prime Minister Meloni, Minister of Foreign Affairs Tajani have said to the world and to their Israeli counterparts in the last days. We completely support the right of Israel to defend itself. And How can we deny this right to defend yourselves, Israel, to defend itself, its people to defend themselves, in front of such a brutal, unprovoked, unprecedented, unspeakable attack against humanity? Let me say that Hamas doesn't represent the Palestinian people. Hamas is just terror, nothing else.
That's right.
I want to be short, but let me say one thing about my hometown, about Rome. This brutal attack has brought us back to very painful memories of hatred against the Jewish people. This has a very precise name, anti-Semitism. This is the denial of all our values. But we also experienced millennia of Jewish resilience. And this incredible resilience has brought to Rome, my hometown, the most ancient Jewish community outside Israel. And thank you. And this is for our Jewish community in Rome, which so highly contributed to the development, the culture of my own country and my own city. Italy would not be the same without them, and our identity would not be the same without them. And I want to really to remember the work that they're doing.
Yes.
In my
Excuse me,
city
sir.
and for my country.
Can I slide through?
So
Thank
just
you
let
very
me
much.
conclude by saying that terror is not
dear.
going to prevail.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Humanity is going to prevail. Our values are going to prevail. Peace is going to prevail. Shalom.
Excuse me, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, they're tall. You're tall.
You could step up.
I think I'll do that, yeah.
Not only
Oh,
do
I'm
we
sorry.
enjoy tremendous support
Thank you.
from the international community, but I think we'll bring up a few members of the Maryland local delegation. Former Majority Leader Steny Hoyer. Does this man need any introduction? Congressman Jamie Raskin. Our friend John Sarbanes, who represents part of Montgomery County and Baltimore.
Oh my goodness, he's my
Glenn
representative.
Ivey, our
He's
newest
woke.
member of the delegation, who I took to Israel in 2005, and Congressman David Trone. We are going to start with Steny, and then we will continue through our Maryland Congressional leadership. Congressman Hoyer.
We've had dark days before. Dark days now. I'm not going to give a long speech. The president spoke for me. The president spoke for America. The president spoke for justice. There's a song that is usually used for some cause, and then it says, like a tree standing by the river, we shall not be moved. We shall not be moved, Israel. We shall not be moved, America. We shall not move all those in this world who are for justice and fairness and international law. Criminals must be called to account.
Yes, that is very true.
And we tell our Israeli friends that we recognized in 1948, minutes after they announced as a state. And we have not been moved since then, and we will not be moved tomorrow. What the President of the United States said, we are absolutely committed to being with Israel today, tomorrow, and always. This is our duty, and indeed this is the world's duty that set aside a land that Israel had occupied for millennia, and said, this is your place of security, this is your place of sovereignty, this is your place of safety. Let it always be with our help and with our commitment.
Thank you to all of you for being here
John Sarbanes.
today in what is a place, a space of righteousness. We are righteously united against Hamas, against terrorism, against anti-Semitism, wherever it rears its ugly head. And we stand, as all of us have said, in this show of solidarity with the people of Israel, with the Jewish people, the world over. We feel the pain of those that have experienced this tragedy directly. Our hearts go out to all, and many are in this crowd today who are feeling that pain indirectly. There's not a lot that needs to be said.
Direct for everybody.
We are here. We say to the state of Israel, we say to the Israeli people, we say to the Jewish community, we are here, we are with you, we are united in our minds with resolve, we are united in our hearts with pain. We are standing next to you, arms interlocked. Thank you.
Yeah, but what are you going to do about it?
And now we'll be joined by Congressman Glenn Ivey.
Greetings at this moment of crisis. I wanted to say this. Ron was kind enough to take me to Israel at the time of the disengagement. And we flew and we landed. And as we were there, as we were getting off the bus to go to the hotel, I went inside and I saw people being dragged out of their houses. Israelis who lived in Gaza were being removed from that site. And I was shocked at the fact that Israel would take that step in an effort to give Gaza and a step towards peace. And we were told at that time by some of the people who opposed it that Gaza would be used to launch attacks against the nation of Israel. And I'm sad to say that not only did that come true, it came true in the worst possible way that it could. I had a chance to go back to Israel just a few weeks ago, and we were sitting there as a delegation of 10 members of Congress sitting with Mr. Netanyahu and his cabinet, and they were talking about the impact of the Abraham Accords and how this might be a moment where Israel was getting closer and closer and closer to peace in the region. Hamas knew that, and that's why they launched these horrific, despicable attacks last weekend. So I say this, Hamas cannot win. We've got to make sure, absolutely, they must be dismantled, they must be destroyed. The United States stands with you in this effort because we need it to happen too. And beyond that, this is my request. We cannot allow Hamas to be right in derailing the peace effort. Once they're beaten, we continue to move towards peace. We continue with the Abraham Accords. We move towards peace and victory in the region. With your help and your guidance, we'll get there. Thank you, God bless, and stay strong.
And now Congressman David Trone, who knows a thing about the Abraham Accords, is the co-chair of the Congressional Caucus on the Abrahamic Accords. Congressman Trone.
Shabbat Shalom. It's good to be here today. It's a tough day for the whole world, frankly. And I really am so proud of what Steny talked about, and that's President Biden, how he stood up for Israel. He made it crystal clear. We're one country. We're united together. And that will not change. I was proud of Secretary Blinken as he traveled to Israel. And his statements were so consistent with the president's message. We will be there. There will be hard times. It will be difficult as the army goes through Gaza. There will be more loss of life. Soldiers and so many innocents will also die. But Hamas is an evil. It is ISIS. It is Taliban. It is no different than we see down the street at the Holocaust Museum. We've seen that at Yad Vashem. We've all seen it. We've all tried to imagine it. Yes, never, never, ever again. Never again. Never again. Never again. Never again. Never again. Never again. We know that. We know that in our hearts. But it did happen again. And because it did happen, we've got to refocus again. And we've got to be there side by side with Israel as we move forward in these tough days. But the barbarism, the savagery, mind-boggling. Absolutely mind-boggling. So the United States, the Congress, will be working in a bipartisan way. It has to be bipartisan. And that will happen for sure.
Yeah, it needs to.
And as a co-chairman of the Abraham Accords, we've got to continue that effort of people-to-people diplomacy. That's how we're going to create a two-state and a lasting solution. But know this, everyone in Congress will be with Israel on, now, and forever, because never again. Thank you.
That's right, USA. We now bring up Congressman Jamie Raskin.
People standing up for Jamie Raskin.
Brothers and sisters, we demand the immediate safe return of all 150 hostages, among them both Israelis and Americans, among others, held captive by Hamas in Gaza today. Yes. We place priority on their release and their return to freedom and safety with their families. We will not rest until we get them out. Any harm brought upon them is a war crime and will be punished along with all the murders and assaults committed by rampaging Hamas terrorists in Israel. The IDF has said that the total blockade of food, water, fuel, and medical supplies to Gaza will not end until the hostages are released. They must be released immediately, both for their own safety and for the sake of 2 million civilians in Gaza who have been turned into hostages as well by the lethal criminality and derangement of Hamas. We will not forget the massacre of 260 beautiful young people assassinated at the Nova Music Festival who had come together only to celebrate their love of music and their love of life. We will not forget more than 100 Israelis savagely murdered at the Be'eri kibbutz. We cannot and we will not forget the slaughter of babies, the brutal assaults on Israeli women and girls, the rampant and unprovoked destruction of human life, villages, and homes. America stands side by side and shoulder to shoulder with Israel as it exercises its clear and indisputable right to military self-defense under the rules of international law
and its clear and indisputable right to exist as a nation in the community of nations. As a member of Congress and a defender of human rights, democracy, and freedom all over the world, I am determined to see the total destruction of Hamas, a terrorist death cult conceived in the poisonous fusion of Nazi and Islamist ideology. Since its founding in 1987, Hamas has called for the obliteration of Israel and for jihad against the Jewish people. It has circulated the toxic lies of the protocols of the Elders of Zion. It has promoted suicide bombing, terrorism, and it's done everything in its power to sabotage diplomacy, nonviolent conflict resolution, and the promotion of peace and human rights for everyone in the Middle East. Hamas has tried to turn the political conflict between Israelis and Palestinians into a religious holy war between Muslims and Jews, a sinister goal that the world must deny to them, as we must deny to them their goal of endless cycles of violence and bloodshed that will steal precious lives, Israeli and Palestinian, for generations to come. We must reject the effort by Hamas to conflate their vicious, terrorist, anti-Semitic mission with any legitimate political program. My friends, Israel has now formed a unity government, a government of right, left, and center, secular and religious, across all lines of partisan division and political ideology, to defend the people and the land of Israel. And I wish we could do the same thing in the House of Representatives. But I know that even without a Speaker of the House and elected leadership, even without the ability to legislate in the face of this maddening political paralysis on the Hill, members of Congress and the American people are united overwhelmingly behind President Joe Biden and the people of Israel in this struggle. President Biden and Secretary Blinken have made it clear that our country will stand unwaveringly behind Israel because we are liberal democracies dedicated to freedom and human rights, bound by the rule of law, committed to the laws of war, and devoted to the progress of human civilization over terrorism. We are nations that oppose terrorism and its paradigm practice, which is the targeting of innocent civilians, including children and babies, for death and destruction for political reasons. As a Jewish American who has traveled many times to Israel, the West Bank, and the region, both in my official capacity and to see my own family and friends and students there, my heart goes out to everyone whose families and friends have been wounded, killed, traumatized, displaced, and touched by this unfolding nightmare in the region. Today we are living with a war thrust upon us by terrorists, but we must pray and work for peace, even as Israel, supported by its allies, wages a war of just self-defense to dismantle the terrorist network of Hamas. My father used to say to us when we were growing up, when everything looks hopeless, you are the hope. Now is the time for all of us here to be the hope, to carry the light even in a time of darkness. Thank you.
Yeah, this is a lot of political chess playing here. It needs to be about Israel and about human life.
What an incredible delegation we have.
Incredible.
Like the President of the United States, full support. I'd also like to note that Congressman Don Beyer of Virginia is here as well, joining us. Now I'd like to bring up Eileen Fillerkorn and Brian Schwab. Eileen Fillerkorn made history as the first Jew and the first woman to be Speaker of the House of Delegates in Virginia. And Brian Schwab is our newly elected Attorney General here in D.C. First Eileen, then Brian. Thank you for joining us.
Wow. What a view. I stand before you as the 56th Speaker of the House, the only Jewish woman to serve as Speaker of the Virginia House of Delegates in the over 400-year history. I stand before you as a proud American Jewish woman. I stand before you as a supporter of Israel. Having lived in Israel in 1982 and through countless visits throughout the years to Eretz Yisrael, including 3 visits just the last 2 years, I stand before you with a broken heart. A broken heart for the state of Israel. A broken heart for the people of Israel. A broken heart for the Jewish people, Israelis, Jews, American Jews, and Jews throughout the diaspora. A broken heart for all of the precious lives lost at the hands of terrorists. A broken heart for the families, friends of the hostages, Israeli Americans, and possibly others who are literally reeling in pain, minute by minute, with no word or knowledge of their loved ones' whereabouts. Attending rallies and gatherings and services this week, including being with you all here today, definitely provides some comfort. Comfort in knowing that we are not alone. Comfort confirming what we know, that the Jewish people are resilient. Comfort knowing that Israel is strong. Comfort knowing that we will not let the terrorists win. And comfort knowing that we as Americans continue to stand for democracy, for freedom. Comfort knowing that collectively we stand with the people of Israel as they defend themselves. And comfort knowing that we can continue and will continue to stand in support of Israel. And yes, we stand against hate. We stand against evil. We most definitely stand here today against the terrorist organization of Hamas. And every day since the terrorist attack, we stand together in prayer, in providing strength to the victims, family members, friends, and hostages still in harm's way. We often say, never again. But on October 7th, 2023, never again came again. As expressed in Psalm 133, how good it is to come together and demonstrate solidarity. Hine ma tov u'manayim, shevet achim gam yachad. Am Yisrael chai! Am Yisrael chai! Am Yisrael chai!
Am Yisrael high. Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael high. Od Avinu high. Good evening. If we don't hurry, it's afternoon still, but it's coming evening. Shabbat is on its way. As a third-generation Washingtonian, as a proud Jewish American, it's heartening to see so many of you, friends, allies, neighbors, Washingtonians here, standing together, supporting each other, grieving together. Like many of you, I have family and friends in Israel. I've traveled there many times. Like many of you, watching the searing images this past week has been painful, infuriating. It's been personal.
The kidnapping and brutal killing of Israeli civilians, of innocent children, parents, and seniors are acts of hate committed by a terrorist organization fueled by a hatred for Jews. Acts of a terrorist organization whose stated mission is to destroy the state of Israel and wipe Jews from the face of the earth. Of course, the state of Israel has every right to defend itself. Of course. But tragically, Hamas's hate has led not only to the loss of innocent Jewish lives in Israel, but to the loss of innocent Palestinian lives in Gaza. And we know that hatred is not limited to the Middle East. We have a growing epidemic of hate right here in the United States. White supremacy and racism, homophobia and transphobia, Islamophobia, and yes, anti-Semitism, all on the rise. And that hate inevitably finds its way here to Washington, D.C., to our nation's capital. Hamas's anti-Semitic terrorism 6,000 miles away is likely to result in increased hate and hate crime right here. People are already exploiting the situation in Israel and Gaza, spreading bigotry, discrimination, and extremism. As the elected chief law officer of the District of Columbia, I say to you in no uncertain terms, hate will not be tolerated in the District of Columbia. It will not be excused. It will not be ignored. It will not be pushed under the rug. Hate is dehumanizing. It depends on denying the fundamental humanity of other people. People who may look different, people who may pray differently, or who live in different neighborhoods. Our response in moments like these sets a precedent for children and generations to come. Our children are not born with hate. They learn how to hate by observing the actions and behavior of those around them. Right now, Jewish people are reeling. We are hurting. We are grieving. And as we stand together with Israel and with Israeli families at a time of unimaginable pain, we can model how grieving is different than hatred. I want you to know that the D.C. Office of Attorney General is committed to combating hate wherever it raises its ugly head. Wherever it raises its head. Our commitment to the rule of law, to our commitment to our democratic values, and our commitment to tikkun olam, to repairing this broken world. It requires that we continue to stand together, shoulder to shoulder, in the face of hate, in pursuit of peace, and in support of our shared humanity. Shabbat Shalom.
True that, Denise.
Before we introduce our next speaker, I just want to let you know that I do have statements, but I'm not going to read them. But we have statements of support from Governor Youngkin. We have statements of support from Attorney General Jason Miyares in Virginia. And we have a statement of support from Senator Chris Van Hollen. And Ben Cardin would be with us today, but he has COVID, but he's recovering well and he's doing just fine. I'd like to note some of the other local elected officials in the audience.
Maryland
If
Representative,
I don't
Democrat.
mention your name, don't get angry. Give us a second. We'll find out and just let us know.
I pray for Ben Cardin's health.
Council
but he's
Chairman
useless as a
Mendelson.
representative.
Council members Allen, Bonds, Fruman, McCuffin, Nadeau, Pinto, and White. D.C. Shadow Senator Paul Strauss. Maryland Secretary of State, who I also took to Israel, Susan Lee. Judge Chung Pak, thank you for your support. Saswan Hassan, the Minister for Public Diplomacy at the Embassy of Israel, Delegate Jared Saltman, and Delegate Joe Vogel. If I haven't mentioned you, please come up and we will mention you. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Rabbi Levi Shem Tov, head of American Friends of Chabad, of Lubavitch.
Shalom to you all.
Shalom.
And thank you everyone for coming and showing support across the Jewish community and those beyond the community, not only as well, but especially. The Jewish people have survived because of our articles of faith in God, our strength and unity, and our friendship from people beyond our own nation. This is a Torah, a copy of a Torah. And across the world, everywhere outside Israel, tomorrow we will begin to read the Torah anew. And the first passage of the Torah is Bereshis bara Elohim es hashamayim ves haaretz. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And Rashi, the classic commentator, says if the whole idea of the Torah is to do mitzvot, to do good deeds, why does the Torah start with the creation of the world? And he writes, and this was 1,000 years ago, approximately, that there will come a time that the nations of the world will tell your people, the Jewish people, that you are thieves. You've stolen the land on which you live. And the idea will be to point back to the Torah, this text which has not been altered in 3,000 years. And we will say, no, it's God's land. And He gave it to us. And we will live there until Mashiach comes and beyond. We will welcome people of all faiths and all nationalities to visit in peace and be with us. But we will not allow them to violently mar the celebration of our faith. At the time of our rejoicing, Simchat Torah, when we rejoice in this tradition, the apex of the high holidays, instead of allowing us to celebrate our religion in peace as we do to others, it was marred by violence, terrible, barbaric violence. We seek peace, and we were lulled into a sense that peace was going to come until violence came, the worst violence against Jews since the Holocaust. We want peace and will pursue it forever until we get it. They want violence and seem to want to pursue that too. We will get what we want. They will never get what they want. So what's our response? The Lubavitcher Rebbe once said that first Rashi is not only talking about territory, it's talking about ethics and values. What are the ethics and values of Jewish people in dark times, in challenging times? It's to do more mitzvot and bring light into the darkness, love into the hatred, so that we can overcome it with positivity. And therefore, I'd like to direct you to colleagues of mine there to my left, who will offer you a chance for tefillin, to don tefillin, to light Shabbat candles, to give charity, to bring goodness into the world. And if you don't feel like doing it, remember, there's a soldier in Israel who would like to, but just can't. Do it for them. I will now recite the shortest chapter of Tehillim. It is 2 lines, and I will ask that you follow the words after me. I took up my time speaking instead of praying. It's 2 lines that said, praise God.
Praise God.
I'll say the translation, then I'll repeat it. All the nations praise Him, all the peoples, because the kindness of God is upon us, strong, and the truth of God is forever. So those who would like to say it with me in Hebrew, Hallelujah, Es, Adonai, Kol, Goyim, Shabchuhu, Kol, Ha'umim, Ki, Govar, Aleinu, Chazdo, Ve'emes, Adonai, Le'olam, Hallelujah. And I close with this phrase, the central article of the Jewish faith. If you don't have a covering on your head, put your hand there. If you don't have a cap, and repeat after me the words said as people met their deaths in the camps. The words said as people saw last week that their life was about to close abruptly. And the words we will say to show that Netzach Yisrael lo yishaker, our faith will endure forever. Please repeat after me if you wish. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord is one. Have a wonderful Shabbat, and may we see peace in the coming days, speedily in our time.
We just have a few more
First, I'd like to bring up Michelle Hannah-Katz, who works at the Embassy of Israel, to tell you her personal story.
Be careful, that one's not in the best shape. If you want to sit neither one. If you want this one.
I will start by saying thank you from the bottom of my heart to everyone here and in the United States for expressing their support to Israel. My heart goes out to the families of the dead, the murdered, the abused, the hostages, and the innocent civilians cared for their lives. My dad grew up in the United States. My mom was born in South Africa. As a kid, I didn't understand how I fit in Israel. When I asked my parents what they were searching in this country, they answered that this is our home. There is no other place to go. Years have passed and I went to university, traveled far to America searching for meaning. The war started, and more names of murdered, missing, kidnapped, innocent people started appearing on my phone and TV. As many Israelis can relate, many of them reminded me some part of my life back home. Kindergarten, elementary and high school, university, my military service and travels. Then, I found a meaning in every name that reminded me a part of who I am today, and it broke my heart. I want to tell you about Abraham. I had the honor to know Abraham when I volunteered in poverty neighborhood in Panama a year ago. Abraham taught young children how to write and read. He didn't know a word in Spanish, but the children understood every word and were so happy with him. For an hour, they forgot all their misery. Abraham is missing today for 7 days. He went to dance and celebrate life, and we all hope this wasn't his last dance. For us, the war with Hamas is there's no other option but Israel's victory. This is a war of good and bad, a fight for freedom and the right of Jewish people to live. We are strong, we are united, and we will not stand still when crimes against humanity rise again. When we said never again, we meant never again. Thank you. It is my privilege to be here with you.
Shalom, Jerry. Thank you.
And now someone who we see often leading us in our Jewish community, Sheila Katz, CEO of the National Council of Jewish Women.
Hi, everyone. I just want to start, obviously, by naming that this is so personal for so many of us. More than half of the population of Jews are in Israel. And I just feel compelled to share the names of the hostages that I personally know, who I've been holding this past week. Erez Calderon, who's 12, Noya Dan, who's 13, Zahir Calderon, who's 16, Ofer Calderon, who's 50, Carmela Dan, their grandmother, who's an American citizen, who's 80, and Vivian Silver, 74, who founded Women Wage Peace, one of our premier partners in Israel. It's so hard to be navigating this when you can actually acknowledge that the people we're talking about are people, that are human beings, that need our help and our love and our empathy.
Up into the
and we have to do
tower
everything
today.
we can to bring these hostages back home as soon as we can. At the National Council of Jewish Women, we care deeply about all people, especially women, children, and families. And we know that when terrorism and war happen, it is women, children, and families who often pay the highest prices in ways that are vast and deep and hard to hear. The terrorist attack this past weekend by Hamas was the greatest single mass killing of Jews since the Holocaust, and the trauma is still hard to comprehend. Hamas went door to door through Israeli towns and kibbutzim, shooting entire families, children, and the elderly, killing indiscriminately and taking more than 150 hostages into Gaza, including an 85-year-old Holocaust survivor who has already seen the worst of humanity once in her lifetime. They took the cell phone of a grandmother and live streamed her murder so that her grandchildren could see. and they surrounded thousands of young people dancing at outdoor peace festival and concert, slaughtered them and assaulted them and paraded their bodies of some of the women naked back in Gaza to cheers. These events have devastating impact on all of us, on the global Jewish community, and the collective trauma of these events will impact Israel and the Jewish people forever. And with that, we should not have to convince people who claim to be our friends and allies that murdering Israeli civilians is wrong. To be clear, you are not a feminist if you can't feel for the Israeli civilian women, children, and babies who were murdered. We must be a unified voice against violence, and we must be a unified voice against Hamas. And this is why, in partnership with the families of the hostages, National Council of Jewish Women, our organization and advocates are raising our voices with its campaign to demand that hostages receive critical humanitarian assistance, including medical care, and ultimately safely return to their loved ones. In Judaism, the commandment to free the captives is considered to be one of the greatest commandments. It is directly connected to our ongoing responsibility to work for justice. You can learn more and get engaged in our campaign at voicesforhostages.org. And as we stand together speaking out against violence perpetrated towards innocent civilians, we must acknowledge that Palestinian civilian women, children, and families in Gaza have been harmed profoundly as well. We don't cheer for their deaths. We don't cheer for their injuries. We must remember that in the end, the only true path to win is safety and peace for everyone, justice for everyone. And I mourn their losses that Hamas has caused as well. To close, even among the violence, devastation, and atrocity happening this week, I'm reminded of this week's Torah portion, Bereshit, Genesis. After the pain of this past Simchat Torah, we nonetheless begin reading the Torah anew. And we read the story of the creation of the world, and we remember that new beginnings are possible. We are not required to stay in the same cycles of violence and vengeance forever. In Bereshit, we find the verse that the ancient sage Ben Azai describes as the great principle underlying all of Torah, that we are descended from the same original ancestors. We are all ultimately related, connected, all of our fates intertwined. As we endeavor to address the pain this moment, let us remember that sacred interconnectedness and work towards a future that honors us all. Am Yisrael Chai. Amen.
I cannot believe that on this day, they are allowing people up into the tower.
I'd like to welcome up several rabbis, Rabbi Adam Raskin of Har Shalom, to give some words. I'd like to also welcome up Rabbi Lauren Holtzblatt of Addis Israel to say the prayer for the captives, Rabbi Steve Reen of Agudas Achim to do the prayer for the IDF, Rabbi Batweiss, my synagogue, Temple Beth Ami, to do the prayer for Israel. And then also to ask Rabbi Noah Diamondstein and Cantor Rosalie Will to lead us in song.
May not look like it right now, but the Jewish people throughout the world, Israelis and Jews of the diaspora, religious Jews and secular Jews, right-wing Jews and left-wing Jews, young and old, we are all sitting Shiva. Our lives have been turned upside down. We alternate between weeping and stunned silence. For some of us, it's difficult to eat, difficult to sleep, to not constantly think about how impossible it is that so many of our loved ones are gone. But we are not sitting Shiva for one beloved relative who died. We are sitting Shiva for more than 1,000 beloved relatives who died. Not of old age, not of natural causes. We are sitting Shiva for our Jewish family members, teenagers, kids in their 20s, systematically murdered at an outdoor concert. We are mourning for our relatives who were attacked and massacred in their homes. We are sitting Shiva for babies. So many precious, innocent babies brutally murdered, whose tiny bodies were desecrated by the death squad called Hamas. And we are also in a state of suspended horror as we fear for loved ones, for grandmothers and Holocaust survivors, children locked in cages, abducted and dragged into the bowels of Gaza. The horrific attack of Hamas will rank among the worst pogroms in Jewish history. When we remember Babi Yar, we will also think of Be'eri. When we speak of Kristallnacht, we will remember Kfar Aza. We are all Avelei Zion. Every single Jew is a mourner today. And there have been so many funerals. Every single day. More funerals across Israel. Cemeteries scrambling to make room for fresh graves, and we know that they will need more in the days and weeks ahead. But we remember the words of the 23rd Psalm, so often recited at funerals and gravesides. Gam ki elech begeit salmavet lo irara. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. We are not alone. We are not alone on this sad journey through so much death and misery. We are not alone because of so many friends who we've seen today, who have come forward to comfort us and pledge their support. From so many interfaith friends to friends at the pinnacles of power in this great country. And we are not alone because the Jewish people are one amazing, interconnected family. Every single label that has been deployed to separate us or categorize us, religious labels, ideological labels, political labels, none of them mean anything right now. The only label that counts is that we are all Jews. And we will provide each other the strength to eventually get up from Shiva and to be assured that the Jewish story is far from over, that Israel's story is one of hope and survival and triumph. And today is no different. The Jewish people is not going anywhere. The state of Israel is not going anywhere. No matter how bleak it may seem right now, never forget that the Jewish people have looked into the eyes of evil many times before. We have faced the most diabolical, brutal forces the world has ever seen. And we survived then, and we will survive now. Am Yisrael Chai, the Jewish people live. The Jewish people will continue to live here and in our precious homeland of Eretz Yisrael. May God comfort all the Avelei Zion Yerushalayim, all the mourners of Zion and Jerusalem. And may this Shabbat bring peace to us and to all Am Yisrael.
Eloheinu matir asurim, miskab ledach, miskab letut, b'tzara. Our God, the one who raised Joseph up from the pit, be a refuge for the oppressed, a refuge in times of trouble. Send complete rescue and full redemption to those held in captive. Strengthen their spirit and bring them our prayers that they may be protected from all harm. Implant understanding in the heart of those who hold them captive and return them in wholeness of body and spirit. Tani Tivuna, grant wisdom to Tzahal, to the Israel Defense Forces, that they may secure freedom for the captives without loss of life. Grant strength of spirit and of courage to the heart of all of our sons and daughters, the sons of Abraham, Sarah, and Hagar,
to release bonds of captivity and allow us all to live in peace and in freedom. God says in Tehillim, "They shall call upon me and I will answer them. I will be with them in distress and I will rescue them and honor them." Please, God, be with Sahal, be with the captives, and may we see them return quickly and safely. And we say, Amen.
Amen.
A prayer for Israel's defense forces. Mishaberach Avotenu Avraham Yitzchak v'Yaakov, hu yivarech et chaylet tzva Haganah Yisrael. You blessed our ancestors Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Bless the members of Israel's defense forces and its security services who stand guard over our land, the cities of our God, from the Lebanese border to the Egyptian desert, from the Mediterranean Sea to the approach of the Arava, and wherever else they are on land, in air, and at sea. May the Lord make the enemies who rise against us be struck down before them. May the Holy One, blessed be He, protect and deliver them from all trouble and distress, affliction and illness, and send blessing and success to all the work of their hands. May He subdue our enemies under them and crown them with deliverance and victory. And may there be fulfilled in them the verse, Ki Adonai Elechem holech machem, lechem lechem imavechem losheh etchem. Is the Lord your God who goes with you to fight for you against your enemies, to deliver you. And let us say, Amen.
A prayer for the state of Israel, written by Rabbi Mira Regev, translated by Rabbi Levi Kelman, my teacher, and Rabbi Efrat Rotem. Avinu Shebashamayim, Shechina Mekor Chayinu, Sur Yisrael the Goalo. Our parent in heaven, Shechina, source of life, rock and redeemer of Israel. Strengthen and deliver all who stand on guard, protecting their homes. Safeguard and save them from any trouble and distress, and bless their actions. Hear their prayers and ours, and deliver them. Save those who are trapped in their homes. Grant them inner strength, faith, and hope. Bolster them in these terrifying times. Send your mercy to the anxious mothers and hurting fathers and the children sitting in shelters. May it be your will to remember us, to take notice of us, to meet us with compassion, for we trust in you. Return all those kidnapped safe and sound to their homes, without the spilling of innocent blood, without their souls becoming tarnished by horrific acts. Strengthen those who protect our holy land, soldiers and civilians alike. We pray, Lo yisagoy el goy cherev, nation shall not lift sword against nation, and they shall study war no more. Compassionate God, please arouse your mercy for us, and may the verse be fulfilled. From the seed of peace, the vine shall produce its fruit, the land shall produce its yield, and the skies shall provide their moisture. I will bestow all these things upon you, and you shall be a blessing. Have no fear. And together let us say, Amen.
We're going to close these prayers with a song that many of you probably know. You might have even sang it so many times already that it feels cliche now. It ends with the words Salam and Shalom, a song of peace. And it says, may peace come for us, not just for us, for everyone. Let's sing that song anew. As the Psalms say, sing unto God a new song.
Call the old Trump
Let's
Hotel
sing that
and ask
song
them
like
why
it's
they
the
would allow
first
people
time.
to be up in that tower
That
today.
song written by Jews, Israeli Jews, and Palestinians together. Od Yavo Shalom
What's it called now? The
Aleinu.
Wyndham? Can't remember. the old Trump Tower.
Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo.
There have been people walking around up in that tower all day. It's amazing.
Hey yo.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm praying that it's security, but the way that they walk around, it doesn't look like it. You can see them pass in front of the windows. There's one right in the center window now. I'm just amazed that they did that. I feel safe. I feel angry. Because if it's security, they needed to stand still and not worry people. And if it's tourists, that's absolutely abominable. That's what I'm hoping, Dr. Heather. I hope so. Is there one of those side ones? Thank you. Thank you. Here, show everybody what you gave me.
What?
Can I show everybody? They just gave me a Shabbat kit. Isn't that nice? Is there a certain time that we're lighting them today? What? Is everybody lighting them at the same time today? 5:30. Okay. 6:30. Okay. Thank you so much. They were young. I was trying not to get them on there. They were great. Wow. Beautiful.
And as we're winding down to our last few speakers, somebody from our own community, somebody we're very proud who stands at the pinnacle of Jewish organizational life, the CEO of the Conference of Major American Jewish Organizations, William Daroff.
It is an honor to be here with you during this difficult time. 8 days ago, I landed in Tel Aviv, took the train and the light rail to Jerusalem. As I was riding along Jaffa Street in Jerusalem, I smiled at the bustling activity of hundreds of people at the Machne Yehuda Shuk, and the even bigger crowds along the Ben Yehuda Street pedestrian mall. I caught myself thinking of a darker time. Having been in Israel many times before, during, and after COVID, I thought, seeing the hordes of excited people celebrating the Hagim, that Israel was back, that we were finally in a post-COVID time, that we could be together without the fear that had dominated our lives. I went down to the Kotel, the Western Wall, on Friday night for Shabbat and Simchat Torah celebrations. The joy of the evening, dancing with the Torah, left me with a big smile for the next 12 hours or so. And then on Saturday morning, I, along with thousands of others, was awoken by rocket alerts in Jerusalem. Slowly, the news trickled in. Rumors, hearing of and then seeing the barbarity that befell our people. Now our minds are filled with footage, images, testimony, so raw and painful. We all wish we had never seen.
Oh,
we must force ourselves.
I don't want to put you on here unless you want. Did you lose somebody, or you're just overwrought with the distress of the situation?
The situation is
yes.
very issue, you know. I live in a military.
May I put you on?
Allow the siren to
I'm not going.
Hamas whose charter dedicates the destruction of Israel and the Jewish people. Hamas, sponsored by the Islamic Republic of Iran. Hamas, which murders and takes people hostage for one reason and one reason
overwrought
only.
with you were Israeli military. You did your stint. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, God bless you, dear. God bless you. We're praying for you.
I do not need to describe the horrors we have all seen. If there was ever any doubt about Hamas's true intent, it is now clear to the world.
Okay. He's overwrought with the emotion of the situation, having been military with Israel.
Bipartisan support of Congress and other elected officials, such as those that we saw here today, in support of Israel's right to defend herself and secure herself. But while those statements are important, the real anecdote is unity. We are now in another dark time, but I'm so proud that we are coming together as a people to remind ourselves that as Jews we love and care for one another. The Jewish people have always been resilient people, because in times of crisis we manage to keep an eye on the horizon to a time in the future when life will be bright again. But we're not there yet, and we may not be there for quite a while. But I am optimistic that we will be. The lesson of the last 3,500 years of our peoplehood is this. As a people, we are stronger when we are one. We are stronger when we are unified. That is how we will get through the darkness, together arm in arm, feeling our way one step at a time. To our Israeli brothers and sisters, we are here with you. We are in the darkness with you. We will get through this together. And to the brave men and women of the Israel Defense Force, for them to thrive and succeed over the coming weeks and months, we must be unified in prayer and support. We will succeed together. So my friends, please join me in coming together to tell the world once and for all, Am Yisrael Chai. One more time, Am Yisrael Chai. Shabbat Shalom and thank you.
Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael.
Now it's my pleasure to bring up to my dear friends and colleagues, Meredith Wiesel, the Regional Director of ADL, Alan Rockman, the Regional Director of the American Jewish Committee.
Can you stand? I'll stand. I'll switch sides with you with this, son. Thank you. Okay, I got it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
That was 15 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. That's the amount of time that someone in Sderot or Kfar Aza or some of the other communities down south, that is the amount of time they had to be awoken from their beds, to gather their children, and to get into safe rooms before rockets fell on them. That was 15 seconds. It seemed like an eternity. Imagine. I'm standing here today because of Kfir, 9 months old, being held by Hamas in Gaza. I'm standing here today because of Rui, who lost his life defending other soldiers, saved 12 soldiers. I'm standing here today because of Nathan. Nathan, one of the students in AJC's Leaders for Tomorrow program, who now stands on the Gaza border as a paratrooper. I'm standing here because of Jordana, who left her graduate program and went back to the Army and is standing, training soldiers to do what they need to do.
Interesting.
And finally, I'm standing here because of Awad Darwashe. That's a name you're not going to hear very much. Awad Darwashe is a Palestinian Muslim who is a paramedic, who saved lives during the attack on the music festival and lost his life as a result. Hamas does not discriminate. Hamas kills Israelis no matter who they are, but they aim for Jews. My friends, we must think about those hostages. We need to say to the world and say to our friends, help our people go. Help our people go, Mr. President. Help our people go, members of Congress. Help our people go, members of the diplomatic corps. My friends, in Egypt, we all said, let our people go. Let me hear you say it. Let our people go. Let our people go. Let our people go. And to the animals of Hamas, I say, you know where to go.
Amen, brother.
Like you, I have been watching the horrific events happening in Israel unfold since Saturday. This is the deadliest attack on Jews since the Holocaust, a statement that is almost too painful to say. From ADL's perspective, as the oldest global organization fighting anti-Semitism, hate, extremism, and violence, this unprovoked massacre unambiguously exposes Hamas for what it is, one of the most vicious and violent hate groups in the world. We are reminded that we need to take our enemies seriously, because when hardened anti-Zionists and violent extremists in Gaza or Tehran or here in DC serially demonize and dehumanize the Jewish state, it leads to the dehumanization of all Jewish people wherever they may be. Historically, we know that activity in Israel sparks anti-Semitism around the world, including in the United States. This is a moment when we need all people of good conscience to stand with Israel, stand with civilians, stand against evil, stand against hate. Israel has every right to defend itself from acts of war and terrorism. ADL is proud to stand with Israel and the Israeli people during this incredibly difficult time. We will continue to come together to stand in solidarity with Jews and Israelis everywhere. In this moment, I stand here unapologetically, unequivocally, unshakably with the state of Israel. I pray for the safety of our friends, families, colleagues, and loved ones, and for the safety of every single Israeli, irrespective of their backgrounds. Am Yisrael Chai.
Sintram Kathwa, who is with the Secretary of the Chimney Mission at the Washington Regional Center of the Hindu Community, is here with us, but has generally given up his speaking time. We are going to hear from one last individual, Avner Cohen Zamir, teachman at the Gottesman Day School, who grew up on kibbutz near Od, which was attacked by Hamas, and then we will conclude with the Star Spangled Banner and Hatikva.
On Friday night, the ground fell out from under me. I wake up from a telephone call from my sister, quote, "Something terrible is happening in Europe," end quote. Immediately afterwards, messages from my father. In our family group chat read, quote, "There are terrorists outside the house. They are entering the house. They are trying to break the door of our bomb shelter. Save us," end quote. Afterwards, I endured an hour of terrifying silence. An hour during which I prayed with all my might that my beloved parents were murdered and not kidnapped. The relief of the message from my mother that read, quote, "We are okay," end quote, was mixed with the never-ending messages from my friends, quote, "Has anyone seen my parents? Tell me someone has seen them. They aren't answering. Gadi was kidnapped. Chaim was kidnapped. The emergency security squad of the kibbutz had been killed. End quotes. Hours of anxiety that nobody had come to help them. At the same time, there were stories of braveness, heroism. Rachel, my good friend's mother, a 70-year-old woman who held the door to a bomb shelter closed with strength even during shooting from the terrorists while using her body to protect her two granddaughters. Youth who saved their families as their house went up in flames and found them a safe refuge. Others who went out with guns drawn against dozens of terrorists to try to save a friend. I prefer not to speak about the devastation and the destruction that the terrorists left behind. Kibbutz Nir Oz, the amazing Neve Midbar, oasis, the scenery of my childhood, the people who I grew up with are no longer. Nir Oz was a community of people who were loving, who loved their land. They helped their land flourish and dedicated their life to fight for peace in the greater area. 80 of the kibbutz members were kidnapped and are being held hostage in Gaza. Among them elderly, mothers, gentle kids, even babies. Dozens of people were killed. Friends who I grew up with since the day I was born, my teachers, my kindergarten teachers, workers from off green fields, people whose door was always open for me, people who made it clear that their house was always mine. The green grass, the manicured gardens, the houses on the kibbutz, everything went up in flames. I am not a political person. I do not know how to solve this bloody conflict that haunted us for many years, but I am a human. And I know the most important thing for us right now, for the children of the kibbutz members, for the grandmother and the mother whose kids and grandchildren are being held hostage at the evil hands of Hamas, is to enable the immediate transfer of medications and medical supplies to the hostages, some of whom are older and need medication in order to continue living. And afterwards, we must bring about their immediate release. We must exert political and humanitarian pressure to ensure this is done and done immediately. Afterwards, we will need to join together to recreate and rebuild the beautiful Garden of Eden that once was Kibbutz Nir Oz. We will not rest until our friends return to their fragmented families. With a broken heart, I beg all of you to heed my father earth-shattering, chilling words that I received in a WhatsApp message nearly a week ago. Hatzilu, save us.
I also want to mention how this has hit home in our own community. How many of you know somebody who was killed, taken hostage, or been mobilized for combat in Israel? Look around you, everybody. The overwhelming majority of our hands are raised. Many of you know our Jewish community leader, Norman Goldstein, who was the head of the day school and the president of the JCRC. His grandnephew is missing. His grandnephew was a combat medic, lost his arm, went in a terrorist attack, put a tourniquet on himself, and they don't know where he is, and they think he's been taken hostage. Please send your prayers to Norman and his family, and do everything we can to bring our friends home. I'm now going to ask the sponsors of the rally, the HA committee, lay leadership, JCRC lay leadership, ADL lay leadership, ADL AGC, JCRC Federation, anybody who is in the white tent who'd like to join us. We're going to stand as we sing for the Star Spangled Banner, and we're going to stand as we sing for Hatikva. The woman who is singing this song is Shana Rachel, whose brother has been mobilized and is currently serving on the IDF near the Gaza border. Shana, please lead us.
Oh, say, can you see stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets ring clear, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Lord, valeva benima, nefesh Yehudi omia, ulfatei Yisrach kadima, ein Letzion Sophia.
Wow.
Thank you to all our sponsors. Thank you to you for showing up. We're going to be calling on you for more support for Israel. We're going to be calling on you in the coming days for support. May Israel have nothing but peace in the days ahead. Wishing you all a Shabbat Shalom and thank you for being here.
אנחנו מאמינים, בני מאמינים, אין לנו על מי להישען, אין אלוהינו, אלוהים שבשמיים. אנחנו מאמינים ומאמינים, אין לנו על מי להישען, אלא אבינו, אבינו שבשמיים. לא מפחד את האמונה לאמן, ולנו יש מלך העולם, והוא שומר אותנו מכולם. מי שמאמין לא מפחד את האמונה לאמן, ולנו יש מלך העולם, והוא שומר אותנו מכולם. שמחה גדולה להיות בשמחה, להיות בשמחה תמיד. שמחה גדולה להיות בשמחה, שמחה גדולה להיות בשמחה גדולה. נמצאים פה, כל הגולנצ'יקים! שובו חמאס! מי משוגע? מי משוגע? מי משוגע? 51! 51! 51! לא מפחד מדרך ארוכה, עם הנצח לא מפחד מדרך ארוכה, עם הנצח לא מפחד, לא מפחד. Never again! 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 Don't mess with Israel! 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 Mubarak et Achalateta! Robert!
Tell me your flag real quick before you. Tell me your flag.
Oh, it's Uzbekistan.
Uzbekistan, okay.
Yeah, Bukharian Jewish people, they are from that country.
Okay, yes, okay. And so we're all standing together, yes?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Beautiful.
The most educated people stand with Israel.
Yes.
Even Muslim people, it's not conflict of Muslims.
Say that again, the most educated.
I mean, it's not conflict of Muslims. All Muslim leaders, who corrupted Imran Khan, Pakistani leaders, or others, they using anti-Semitism just because they want to cover up their pro-Chinese policies, and that depends totally under Chinese control. China controls their debts, and now China, when using genocide against Uyghur people, and all Muslim people, Muslim leaders, they kept silent. Because receiving money from China, and while they're blaming Erdogan, Imran Khan, all that type of leaders, when they blaming so-called Islamophobia in the West, they keep their mouths closed when it comes to China.
Yes.
So now it's a big picture. China, Russia, and Iran, they're promoting, pushing their agenda. It's anti-Americanism, it's anti-Israelism, and everything else except people. They don't care about ordinary people who live, work together, who enjoy. In Uzbekistan, so many Muslim people, they like Jewish people. Jewish people inherited culture, music culture, everything.
Yes.
It's not conflict, it's bullshit. When someone says it's conflict between Muslims or Jewish people. No, it's not. It wasn't never.
It's one world order against the people.
Against people, yeah. It's autocrats, corrupted leaders, they pushing their agenda.
Yeah. That's right. What is your name? Would you like to say? Raphael, and I'm Jennifer. This is Glory Be Freedom, and it's on YouTube. And if you'd like, you can.
Got it.
And I appreciate your politics.
Oh, no problem. No, we politics.
You know what's going on.
Of course.
Yes.
Got it?
Oh, yes. Oh, my goodness. May I?
Yeah.
Oh, you're amazing.
Yeah.
So grateful. So grateful. Thank you. Yes. We understand what's happening. We will never close our eyes. Beautiful. Yes, that is the clip. Excuse me. If you haven't spoken to him yet, you want to. If they see that the green on the flag, his name is Raphael. You want to speak with him? He's right here.
All the world needs to know. All the world.
That's it. Yes. We stand with you right here, hon. Do you see right here? Right here. Raphael. Yes. With the green on the flag. You want to speak with him?
Okay.
Trust me.
Yeah, go for it.
Beautiful. All right. This was amazing and interesting, and our politicians use it as a plug. But I do believe that most Americans stand with Israel. We have a party, after party going on here to celebrate Israel. The man in the black with the beard, he's former Israel military, and he has brought the music and the party for the young people to celebrate Israel. And Hamas is ISIS, yes, it is. We're praying that was security up in that tower, that they weren't stupid enough to allow tourism in the tower today during this event. Back of the stage, all right, let's see. I am so grateful that God led me down here today. If you all didn't get teared up during the oh my goodness, I still had tears running down my face. I didn't even know it. Oh my goodness. The national anthem and oh my goodness. Can I ask you a question? The song after the national, I'm still crying. The song after the national anthem, I don't know the name of it.
Hatikva, which means the hope.
The hope. Okay. I was married to a Jewish man, but my dad said he was a bad Jew because he got kicked out of Hebrew school 5 times. So, and he would just laugh. I would just laugh. But so I didn't learn very much. I learned a little Yiddish, but that was it. So I thank you for that.
Do you the press?
I have a small channel on YouTube, Rumble, Instagram, Twitter, etc. It's called Glory Be Freedom, and we cover political events in the area. Also, equal justice for all Americans that were involved in January 6th, and we stand for our constitutional republic, and quite frankly, against all the oppression that's happening in the world and the evil that's happening in the world. So it's a lot, and you as well.
Thanks for the support.
This was amazing. God called me to come down here today. I'm like, I'm there. I've been standing with Israel, and I will continue to.
Thank you. We appreciate
God bless you.
So
Thank you. Thank you. Amen. The Hakma. I just got so teared up. I get teared up every time I hear that, and it's beautiful. The hope. The hope.
The concept of feeding your head.
You want to get water from the place.
Hakma, right? Hakma. Did I say it right? Hatikva. Oh, my short-term memory is awful. Hatikva. Y'all please help me with that. Hatikva. Hatikva. The hope. The hope for peace, the hope for tranquility, the hope for freedom. If that doesn't say it all, no wonder I've gotten choked up every time. When I watch the movie about, what was it, 1957? When the, I might have the year wrong, but when everybody was on the boat, yes, and they wouldn't, and they couldn't get off the boat and everything, and they all sing that song, and I'm just like, oh, but now it has such feeling even if you don't know what the words mean. Yes. And so I really appreciate your sharing that with me, because it makes sense why it gives so much feeling.
Yeah, even with such atrocities, we have to maintain our hope for a better future.
Absolutely. With every single tragedy, we must turn it into a gift by doing something different and helping people. Every tragedy, we've got to learn from it.
Bring more light to dispel the darkness.
Oh, yes. And we can't let them continue to try to erase the history. That does no benefit for anyone. Oh my goodness. All right, I've got to figure out where I am. Thank you so much.
Metro Center is just up ahead on the right.
The Metro Center is?
Metro Center, Metro Stop.
Oh, is that where you're going?
Yeah, it's just
Oh, okay. Oh, good. Now I drove down here. I live in Annapolis, so I drive to DC most every day. So I was like, God said go, and I said okay. So I'll be here until probably about 10 o'clock tonight for more events. So we stand behind the DC jail every night for a vigil, remembering the people that died at the Capitol and for the justice. It's not saying that nobody committed crimes that day. It's saying let's have justice, equal justice, you know. So thank you all. Take care. Okay, I think I'm gonna go up one more. Oh, thank you, Denise. God bless you. Oh my gosh, my parking meter. Thank you. I don't even know what time it is. We should be getting there in time to save it. Thank you, thank you. I am so glad we went, y'all. Oh, that was a big hill, Ridgeline. You couldn't tell. That was like the hill in front of, behind the jail. It's steeper than it seems. Whew. Plus that sun was intense. I'm glad I brought the fan. I couldn't have used the umbrella. I would have blocked too many people behind me. So the fan was perfect, but it was for the phone, not for me. Although I was able to shield part of my face from the sun. It was beautiful, but very intense. I'm so grateful everybody was able to join me here. It's 2:30 now. Okay. There's my car. Oh. 17 seconds, 15. Oh my God, I'm gonna get run over. Oh. Okay. It was amazing. Oh my gosh, this bagel smells so good. Whew. Okay, no ticket, we're good. Just lots of leaves. They're making those cinnamon crunchy bagels right now or something. All I can smell out here is cinnamon and butter. Part of the translation of the Havtikva. Thank you for that spelling, KB. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. As long as the Jewish spirit is yearning deep in the heart, then our hope will not be lost. Beautiful. See, one of the things that I've been wondering about, nobody's really been able to, people just sort of smile at me whenever I say it, which is not often, but because Jesus was a Jew, and I died and was born again in the blood of Christ, who is a Jew, doesn't that make me Jewish? Which, I mean, in my ignorance, I kind of feel like it does. I mean, it might be my ignorance, I don't know, but in my heart, I kind of feel like it does. All right, I got to set y'all down before I get my door taken off. Sorry. All right. Whew. That was amazing. Interesting. John Sarbanes was there. Interesting. I don't know, to me, and it's like, I try to have a humility, like you know, and not be too judgmental and stuff like that, but all the politicians that got up there, and I know John Sarbanes' politics, and he's one of the 314 that decided that they didn't have to vote again and count the ballots again. And so I let him know in my last letter to him that was only 2 weeks ago. It probably won't be my last letter to him, but the last one I wrote to him at the office was that he was a huge disappointment to me, and I felt like he deserved to have criminal be held to the criminal activities, and you know, blah blah blah, you know. All right, I'm turning this off, so don't look if you get dizzy. I think they're just blowing that cinnamon and butter smell out to the public to get people to come in. I'm not going to, I refuse. I absolutely refuse. Oh boy. Well, and they celebrate Muhammad, so that's a big difference too.
El auxiliar constitucional.
This person's going to try to take the spot. My shoulder hurts so bad from holding the gimbal. Gave up. Coming out. Their rulers were no game. Dad. I had a lot of my friends out in Long Island went to Catholic school, and they knew the ruler well. The guys. They were an unruly lot. Oh, that was bad. Oh my goodness. Wow, my shoulder, y'all. Oh, ow. I just have a mind to go over to that hotel, whatever it's called now, that was Trump Tower before, and ask them how in the world they could justify having tourists up in that tower today during that. I mean, they must be completely ignorant of it's happening, or it was security. I hope it was security. But anybody who knows the people walking around there probably got a chilly feeling. All you could think of is like Ohio, you know, the campus. Or what was that, Pennsylvania? Thanks, Ridgeline. You need to let me know if you want me to mail that stuff to you. Are you going to come down soon? I hope so. Hit me up later. Oh, praying for your mom, dear. I hope she's doing better. Absolutely, KB. I felt very blessed that we were all able to witness that. Be there for that. Because there isn't anybody who isn't feeling the effects from it. You know, definitely some more directly than others, for sure. But we're all reeling. Anyone with a conscience is reeling. I don't know where I'm going. Oh my gosh, right, Lone Wolf? I got very choked up too. I had tears running on my face. That's me. It was very moving, very emotional. Didn't know what to think when I told him about my ex-husband and how he would laugh when Dad said he was a bad Jew because he got kicked out of Hebrew school 5 times. Oh my goodness, I should keep that one to myself. Ira loved it. He thought it was hysterical. Oh, it's awful. But it's true. I didn't learn anything from him. I mean, he sang me like one Hebrew song in Hebrew. I think it's the only one he can remember. Thank you, KB. Thank you all for the super chats. God bless you. Thank you so much. Yep, I thought I was going to be making more jewelry today, and you're a better cinnamon and butter smell refused than me. Carol, that was not easy, I'm telling you, because I like those crunchy bagels. They have all that cinnamon all there on there. Oh my goodness. That was not easy. Yeah, I was gonna be at home making jewelry and everything. Oh my goodness. Let's go see what's up at the mall. Ow. I held that. Sorry if it was unstable, the video, because when you zoom in, I've got a 20 times zoom in on this phone, which is pretty cool, because I wanted y'all to get close and personal, and for us all to be able to see their facial expressions, the people that spoke, and when you zoom in a lot, it gets the picture itself gets less stable, which has nothing to do with the stability when you're moving around. It has to do with the frame itself, which is curious. F Street, right Street. Let's go see where we're going. Pumpkin bread. That sounds good. Of course, I want some cream cheese icing on it. Or just put some cream cheese on it. Slice of it. That'd be good too. Wow, a flight bound for Tampa has returned to Panama following a bomb threat, the country's civil aviation authority says. Wow, Mary, oh my gosh, crazy. These are definitely, these are definitely strange times, but, the peace that we can find within ourselves lies with God. Keep drawing closer to Him, closer to Him, closer to Him. Pumpkin butter? Ooh, that sounds good too. I want pumpkin butter and cream cheese. Of course. Actually, we should have gone by the White House when we were back over that way. We're by the Federal Bureau of Investigation on the right there. Wyoming, I dropped it, you threw it to her. Cute, cute, cute. But they're getting a new headquarters supposedly, right? Alright, D Street. I still don't know how to work this car, the Bumble bus. Let's see. That was so emotional. Wow. It really, really was. I'm still like just thinking about it all. Let's go this way. Okay, we made it to the mall. There's the Capitol. Oh, why aren't you using the crosswalk, mister? Passenger bus. I think yours is bigger than mine. But look at that. I've always wondered about that pink castle. So curious. This man is trying to cross the street. Everybody's jaywalking. Okay, what just happened? All came to a dead stop. David hopped in for a little bit too. That was good. There's that crazy statue. Man wrestling the beast. Or I think it's a man taming, like he's gonna tame the beast. It's an advertisement that I have a litter. Hop on, hop off, tour all day. I just can't imagine living like that, where you look out your window and you see a building. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. We're near the district court building, the federal court building. It's all the way down. Can you see me or not? Just stay away from them. Oh my gosh, did I just run a red light? Oh, I did. Oh no. With an officer behind me too. He caught it, I didn't. Oh, 4th Street's closed. Our old hangout's closed. We're doing construction. Where the 1776 Restoration Movement was camped out. Oh, Carol. And we all stand with them, all of us. So it says a lot, doesn't it, for our group? It's beautiful. I smell a lot of exhaust, and I pray that's not my car. So we have the Capitol on our left over here. I don't know if you're able to see it. No. No turn red. Come on, dude. Get your head out of your phone. Great way to get smashed. Food Truck Row. We're right next to the Native American Museum. Thank you, Marsha. God bless you. Thank you so much for the super chat. That helps so much. Thank you all. You are so welcome. The Hope of Israel. Today. Wow, that's beautiful. Yes, yes, yes. So here's the Arid Space Museum where they're still finishing the work on it, but it is open. It is open. And even though you have to get pre-tickets, the line is still like horrendous outside. Which I don't really understand if you've got pre-tickets. Or I guess they have to wait so that everybody's not in there at the same time, probably. There's the Hirshhorn. They had those, remember they had those communist curtains all over it while they were doing the construction just so they could have a giant cistern. That's the stupidest museum. I hate that museum, y'all. I really do. And there's not a whole lot that I hate, but I hate that museum. That museum is so woke, it's unreal. It is like the definition of woke to me. And it's a giant cistern. Oh my goodness. Maybe that's where they're going to have the backup oil for the bureaucrats. Don't know. Maybe it's really a silo. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. I don't know, I've probably seen something stupider. More stupid, but it's pretty stupid. They had the curtains hanging around it while they were doing all the construction to have it look like that. And the curtains had the faces peeking out from behind red curtains, and it looked like communist stuff. You can see it in a lot of my old videos, you know, live stream saved, and it just, and you can see, like, hear me every single time I'd see it. I'd be like, oh. You know, I get on my little rants about things. That was definitely one of them. For sure. Oh my goodness. We're heading down towards the Washington Monument and the White House. Carol wins. Looks like a toilet bowl. Let's flush it. That's what it is. Flush all that woke right down the toilet. You win. Carol wins. Yeah, Parte Bonza remembers. It did look communist. It absolutely did. I was like, we don't hang curtains on walls here with people's faces on them like it's North Korea and Uncle John. I mean, like, what in the world? Like, that's crazy. Like, but all the colors on it, to me, just reminded me of Nazi Germany. It was, like, so awful. It just, but you guys, there's, like, so many weird things. And this morning even, like, I saw something from the People's Voice, which is where I've got my citizen journalism certificate from, and this guy, they've got a video out about Pope Francis stating that Jesus was born from Satan, and basically they were worshiping Satan. Now I need an Italian interpreter, because people could rewrite whatever the Pope was saying. You know what I mean? If you don't speak or read Italian. But I was just like in disbelief, like you know, what's going on, you know? There's like so many weird things going on, so many. I really want to go right, but these people are really going to hate me. All right, we're not going right. Oh my goodness. I don't know. It just didn't work out. All right, we're going this way. There's the Washington Monument somewhere. this Friday, probably this weekend. Oh my goodness. No, I'm not going over a bridge. What have I done? Okay, no, we are not going over that bridge. We got the World War II Memorial straight ahead here with all the columns. Beautiful memorial. They've got the water going today. It is absolutely fantastic with the water fountains going. It really is. It's quite a memorial. They will paint the communist pictures on the outside of it, right? They'd probably like to, wouldn't they? Wait a minute, Mama Buckeye's Basement says it was a Dutch artist paying respect to classical artists by painting their faces. But why were they peeking out from behind red curtains? That's what I don't understand. It just had a very eerie communist overall feeling to it to me. That's all. I mean, everyone's allowed to have their own opinions. There, you know, some of our friends like the Hirshhorn, you know, because it is a very, very modern, eclectic, photography and paintings and different mediums that they use, and it's you know, some people like it a lot. I didn't care for it. I felt like it was the whole thing just was like a representation of just what woke feels like to me. We have the Daughters of the American Revolution over here. I feel like I'm zoomed in. Oh, I was. I don't think that Pope should be the Pope by the end of the day. If that was true, what he was saying, it's like, goodness gracious, how to just confirm every conspiracy theory ever said about the Catholic Church. Hello. The curtains idea was because it was to disguise the pressure washing and renovating. Well, I knew that. I knew they were, yeah, hiding the work they were doing. What it is, it's pulling in the exhaust from the food trucks. Wow. Now here's where a lot of the Congress members' offices are and everything. And this is like 1,000 columns on this building. It's really, really an interesting, interesting architecture. There's so many columns on this. Very interesting building. You're certain he didn't say what was posted? I would hope not. I'd be, if he did say it, I'd be checking him for, you know, some Alzheimer's or something. I don't know, because it just seems pretty far out. That's why I said that too. You know, I want somebody who speaks Italian to interpret for me. But you know, we take so many things for granted. I think about my whole life when, you know, you read the interpretation and you believe it. You know, you believe that what they just interpreted is true. and we've been doing this our whole lives, and so we're definitely being thrown into a position of questioning everything that we probably should have been questioning the entire time. Like, we need, you know, fact checks on interpretations too. Oh, you've never been to DC? Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, we're just I don't know, I had set out to go towards the White House, so for some reason it's like kind of imprinted on my brain, but I don't think that's really going to happen. Now we're headed to DuPont Circle, which I really don't want to get on that side of town because traffic's terrible. So let's head towards the Arboretum. Let's see. Alright, hang on, y'all. It's going to buffer for just a second. For some reason, it's not. Oh, because I'm not plugged into my car. Oh. Well, let's plug it in the car. Sorry, y'all. I don't like that I have to be plugged into the car just so the maps will work.
Administrative building and visitor services may close within 1 hour of when you arrive. In 400 feet, turn right onto L Street Northwest. Turn right onto L Street Northwest.
Okay. I'm going to turn right on L Street Northwest. Long way, Wanda. Let's see where we wind up. Right, Brenda? Always an adventure. I wanted to see if
this road avoids a slowdown on US 50 East. You are on the fastest route. You should reach your destination by 3:38 p.m.
All right, 3:38. Good. That'll give us time. I want to see if the leaves are turning. Who's curious if the leaves are turning? I am. Oh my goodness, it was so touching. The young man who had been Israeli military that got that after party going, kind of. But it was so touching, you know, how emotional he was. But oh my goodness, what a very nice looking young man, and just loves his country and has so much feeling. There's in a lot of other countries, you know, men here in the United States, for some reason, they're told to
turn right onto 16th Street Northwest.
That showing their emotions too much wasn't a good thing, and I think that's kind of changing now, you know, because I think it's beautiful when you see a young man who isn't afraid to show his emotions about something that's so emotional for everybody. You only heard about the Northeast at fall time? Oh, okay. Well, we're going. We're doing it. Please forgive me. I'm eating some almonds. Not olives, almonds. I threw some grapes in the cooler too. Because once I come into DC,
take the next right onto 16th Street
like
Northwest,
this,
then turn left onto K Street Northwest.
I'm not traveling 50 minutes to get back home, just to come back another 50 minutes again. That's just stupid. So I know I'd be here for the day. You're salty, Parte Bonzo.
Turn left onto K Street Northwest.
That young man was dressed like one of our friends from the TPC. Alec. I did pack a lunch.
Keep left to stay on K Street Northwest.
I brought a soup that I don't know if it's going to be thawed enough to be able to eat it. To heat it up in my little heater. Oh boy, we're getting stoned with the dude in front of us. What is that, a freebie? Oh my god. I'm right in the car. God bless you, Carol. Thank you so much for being here. And we had Uncle here too. Is he still here? I was so glad to see him. Oh, when he was eating lunch? Oh, he hopped on when he was on his lunch break. That's awesome.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto 13th Street Northwest.
I think we're all like super happy for Uncle that he's received a job that he likes. Who's beeping at who? Salty sugar. There's McFly stirring it up. Wow, what a gorgeous day. We need to go to the Arboretum. The Arboretum, that's good balance after this. Oh my gosh.
Turn right onto 13th Street Northwest. In 1,000 feet, turn left onto H Street Northwest.
Well, you have to drive just so aggressive here. Super aggressive. It's really scary. Oh, I know. Gosh, this is really good. He really enjoys it. We need to pray that it remains that way. You can say it, Wyoming girl. I live in the real world.
Turn left onto H Street Northwest.
No, they're almonds. Almonds. Can you hear me crunching? I'm so sorry. I apologize before I did it. I'll put them away.
Continue for 1 mile.
After a couple more. See the Chinese entryway there? Oh my gosh. What the hell? I don't know. Why are y'all beeping at me? It's this Mercedes. I'm not doing it. Oh my gosh. They're trying to drive so careful with their new car, they're going to mess their new car up by driving so careful. You better learn how to drive. You ain't going to have a Mercedes long at all. There's the... They're all beeping at me and I'm passing them anyway. Isn't that cool? Has a lot of dragons on it. Oh my goodness, somebody else is getting us stoned. You guys, by the time we get to the Arboretum, I'm going to be like out of my skull. It's kind of like a little Times Square here. Very little Times Square. It is so pretty, isn't it? Sorry, I gotta get ready to go here. I need to get in front of this bus. All I can smell is marijuana though. Well, he made sure to get right out in front of me, didn't he, transit police? Walk and roll. Isn't that cute, you guys? Walk and roll restaurant. I'd like to get some good dumplings and get your head out your phone. Move that Mustang. Come on. Let's see what you got. You can do it, you can do it. There you go. Oh no, Brenda. Oh no. Oh. I'm so sorry. Y'all have been through so much. That just is so sad. I'm really sorry. Y'all have been going through a lot. I told everybody the other day that as pretty as it looks to have the ivy on the bricks, it's actually really bad because the roots get into the mortar. And I told them that the only reason I knew that was because you told me.
Head south on 4th Street Northwest toward G Street Northwest. In a quarter mile, turn left onto North Capitol Street Northeast.
Thank you, Brenda. Yeah, I remember. No, it's not as big as the one in New York City. That's true. Chinatown here. I think it goes for a few blocks though. lot packed into it.
Turn left onto North Capitol Street Northeast.
National. Oh, here's the National Postal Museum. It's actually supposed to be very interesting. It has a stamp gallery. For stamp collectors, would be the place to go, wouldn't it? And they have a post office at the post. There's the post office at the Post Office Museum. That's pretty good. Sarbanes, one of the 314. Big disappointment from what I thought he was years ago.
In 1,000 feet, turn right onto H Street Northeast. Take the second right onto H Street Northeast.
How many times has this thing brought us to H Street, y'all? And then taken us off H Street just to put us on H Street again? Oh.
Continue on H Street Northeast for 1.5 miles.
Oh, you used to collect stamps? That's cool. The grandkids, yeah, they probably will get something out of it. That's awesome. Bus line. All right, we are going to the National Arboretum to see if the trees are changing because it's so beautiful. I don't know if some of y'all remember that from last year. Oh, they do have a giant grocery store here. Good, I have coffee in the car too, and hot water. Good coffee, that sounds pretty good. Remember when I got that coffee all set, it took me 10 minutes to get this perfect cup of coffee that was so good at Dee and Hippie's baby shower. And then Dee needed help, he was flipping burgers. He needed help so I put the coffee down really quick and I didn't see what was underneath and it spilled right over. That was pretty cute. Okay, we should almost be there. I'm getting stoned. Everybody in DC is smoking weed today. Ben's Chili Bowl. We should get a chili dog from Ben's Chili. That is famous. You hate coffee abuse, right? It was such a good cup of coffee too. That's all right. It brought up me always. That's how Dee and I met, was when I asked if I could borrow their bonfire, their campfire, to heat my coffee, or to heat my water for tea and coffee. That's how I melted the green top to my lid. Why they would put like anything that could melt on a campfire pot is beyond me. Dazzles. Unisex salon. Boy, this is a place to get something to eat, I'll tell you what. Beer garden house. This is like I got everything on this street. There's little music bars tucked in here and stuff. Ooh. It's a sign that's on Oreos. Oreo cookies. Oh. The guy heats rocks and puts them in water to boil, but I do not recommend that, as rocks burst in both fire and water. Granted is okay. Yeah, right? If you've got something that got the rocks hot in the first place, put the water to boil on that. Makes sense, doesn't it? Crude, passerby. This is a lively place at night.
In 600 feet, turn left onto Bladensburg Road northeast.
Tony's place. The House of Good. Interesting. I like Grace. Just so people can live in DC. I can't imagine living like that. Oh, maybe it wouldn't melt all the lids. Yeah, I guess not. I looked, I've started a little list so I can remember the things that I want to get.
Turn left onto Bladensburg Road northeast.
And one of them is a stick stove. An iron stick stove. Because it's bigger than the solid, whatever that stuff is that I have. The little heater thing. Chaos is about to erupt in New York City. Oh, I hope not. Well, they just started the. If anybody is not aware of what's happening at 3 o'clock or what started at 3 o'clock in New York City, that is actually for ending the propaganda that's being pushed on all of us. And there are Israelis standing with Palestinians at that rally in New York City, And so I pray that chaos will not erupt, because that is not. They are against Hamas and the killing, and they went on. They had a press conference earlier today that you can catch on Fox on YouTube if you want to see what that's about. Because I almost went to that today, and then I saw that I was supposed to come to DC. So okay, Denise. Keep us posted. I just pray for everybody at that rally. Pray for peace, everyone. In Jesus' name, we pray for peace over the rally in Times Square in New York City today. In Jesus' holy name we pray, amen and amen. This man that just rode by on a bicycle looked like Double O Jericho. I hope he comes back. Ooh, we got some traffic now, don't we? So it would take us half an hour to get there. We'll be there in 5 minutes. All I can smell is pot. I keep rolling up the windows and then having to roll them back down again because the marijuana is getting right through the air conditioning that I have on the phone.
Continue on Bladensburg Road northeast for 1 mile. We're going to see some fall colors. Let's just stop for him. Oh my goodness. Check my ductwork. No, there's just a whole lot of people around here smoking weed, and there's a corner back there where a lot of people hang out there all day. So it was pretty bad. When I'm in Georgia, in the North Georgia mountains, it's really nice because I don't have to smell it. Very, very rarely have I smelled it there. Red is sugar content in trees and yellow is not so much sugar content. Ooh, that's interesting. So this is a
it's not a hidden treasure because it's the National Arboretum, but I drove by this for years, the 20 years that I've been living here, or 21 years, and before ever going in finally and seeing what in the world it was, and I couldn't believe I had been missing it all these years.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto R Street Northeast.
Because it is amazing. We're going to go in the back way here.
Take the next right onto R Street Northeast. In a quarter mile, continue straight.
That's about the extent of it. Well, trees, the leaves turn upside down when it's going to rain, right? No motor
Continue
vehicles.
straight, then turn
no.
left.
Oh no, I can't go this way. No motor vehicles, one way, do not enter. What's it saying? I can't go in this way? I don't understand. Monday through Friday, 8 to 2. Oh, okay. From 2 to 5, you have to walk. Okay. We're going to go around to the other side.
Take the next left onto Rand Place Northeast, then turn left onto 22nd Street Northeast. Take the next left onto S Street Northeast, then turn left onto 22nd Street Northeast.
No, because I want to go to the other side. I'm not listening to her.
In 500 feet, turn left onto T.
Alright, that's it. I have to turn off. Small Plains Coffee. We're going around to the main entrance. No, Wanda. Driving me crazy. And I'm grateful because it's pretty. It's just pretty right most of the time, and I'm grateful. Your blinker on. Alright, so we're going to be going right on New York Avenue and getting into the entrance that way. I'd like to thank everybody for being here with me for this day. It's been a very interesting day. Next stop, the National Arboretum, which is a treasure. You just have people walking in between the cars selling Gatorade. It's really, really interesting. Hogs on the Hill. That wasn't bad barbecue. I bought that banana sandwich that one day. And he said, "Where's my coleslaw?" The homeless man, God bless him. Where's my coleslaw? Hey Lala, oh God bless you, dear. We're just gonna go cruise around the Arboretum, see if there's some leaves changing. It won't be the last time we go either. God bless you. Have a great day. National Arboretum. Where they make bricks. A lot of the bricks that Brenda tells us about and stuff were made right there. It's not showing you very well. Sorry. And there are donations to get that open to the public as part of as a historical museum, I guess. They said in some areas, administration, visitor center. I think I want to go this way. And then they have the bonsai gardens here too. Oh, we're starting to get some color. It said in some areas that leaves would be changing over very quickly, and I always feel like that's kind of what I'm looking at here. Let's see, Beach Spring Pond Administrative, other collections. We should have gone towards other collections. starting to see some color. I don't want too much of the dashboard in there, but oh, this is the pond. Asian question. This is where we're going to go. It's always my favorite area here. Most of yours are gone. Wow, is that weird? Oh, that's lovely. But yeah, this almost looks like it's some of them went straight to done, doesn't it? Strange. Huh. Magnolias. Lots of magnolias. We got the red berries on the tree now. You have the cones and then the red berries on the magnolia. They're very beautiful. Very beautiful trees. I can't believe that, Mary. They're already crazy, crazy, crazy. Ooh, we got some color up here. That's pretty. Come on, Bessie, get up that hill. Goodness gracious, this bumblegrass, I'm telling you. So this is the China Valley on the right. And it's got the bamboo. She has allergies. Okay, there you go. So beautiful, isn't it? It really is. I've taken y'all in here before. A couple times. Right. It's even colder than normal and getting frosty warnings already. Wow, that's wild. the right thing to do. And remember, this was where the koi fish pond was too. Sorry, I put the windshield up. Windshield covers. Back in the gimbal. I was so glad so many people hopped in for the Israeli the Stand With Israel rally. That was great. Plug the phone in. Make sure I didn't drain this battery. Oh, good. Oh, that's good. Still has a lot of battery left. Oh, we don't mind that too much then. I still had 4 dots on there, and that's a full charge after running both the phone and the gimbal off of it for the entire rally. That's pretty amazing. Alright, we're going to hold the gimbal with the right hand this time because I can't take it anymore. Alright, we got keys. We're going to need to get this on. Oh my gosh, y'all remind me at 6:30 that we want to light the Shabbat candle lighting kit. At 6:30. Oh. Oh, it's my favorite. Austin to challenge Jordan. Sorry about the view. They can take a nap while we're hiking. This is beautiful, just right here on this hill. There's a lot that's going on. Yes, this is a short one, Zoltek. Absolutely. It's a beautiful day. And we are at the National Arboretum. And I have hiking boots on, so let's do it. Thank you, Linda Liu. You know me, from one second to the next, I can't remember if I locked it or not. Gotta love it. There are a lot of people out walking around. All right. What time is it? 4 o'clock. Getting some steps in this week, finally. This way we can maintain their genes in descendant plants. These little flowers. These smell pretty. There's just a cool tinge. It's not humid. It's just beautiful out, y'all. And the maples, the Japanese maples. Look how deep that color is on there. I love that. I love them. They're one of my favorite trees. Truly. These pretty flowers. Hey, Linda Lou. So this stream has been going since just after 12 noon. We went to the Unite for Israel rally on Freedom Plaza at 12:30. Is when it started anyway, and then we kind of drove around a little bit, and I thought, let's go check out the Arboretum and see how the leaves are doing. And we're getting some color, but look at, oh my gosh, hydrangea, right? Beautiful. I'm just amazed at all the flowers. It's so pretty. It was very, very touching, and at the end, we sang the national anthem and the and I'm going to say it wrong, but the song for hope, freedom, and unity. In Hebrew, everybody sang that, and oh my gosh, I just got so teared up. Hi. Look at these. Wow. And then, of course, our politicians, there were some there that had to put their 2 cents in and plugs for their politics too, which is really distasteful on a day like today and a week like this week. Look at this. Look at the flowers, y'all. We expect to see leaves, and we're seeing all kinds of beautiful flowers. Yeah, I'll be going back and watching that again, even. Isn't that something? See how there's almost like terraces here. There's layer after layer after layer after layer. Which I'm not going to get these people in here, but they sit at the bench and they can see all the layers. Got some bamboo. And then I just walked under these trees and the temperature dropped about 5 degrees. It was very notable. Oh, it smells good. Wow. It smells really good here. We might have to come back again next week because all of these last year they were so brilliant and it's starting to change. Look at these late bloomers. It's an egg. That's an egg over easy. Look at that. That's interesting. Huh. It's got those berries on it. These almost look like olives or something. Got a live streaming group going. I guess the runoff water goes down through here into the river down below. Perla. No, it's not me, U-Haul. I got a strong signal. stone walkway. Pagoda. See, it wasn't buffering. A lot of people come here and get wedding pictures done and stuff. These are runoff waterways. Look at these beauties. Oh. Those are pretty. Yay! Oh, the sign broke. Qilong something. That's beautiful. Oh, it is pretty, isn't it? Oh, so glad you like it too. The path is the gate will be on. Oh, excuse me. The gate will be unlocked till 4:30. Oh, okay, that was 4. It's the river down there. It's not a particularly pretty part of the river. I like all the little pathways. You can hear the sirens and the cars in the background, and then you can hear these chirping here. Little place to sit and contemplate. Pottery. The greenery causing buffering. Verizon tried telling me that was your signal problem one year, the greenery. They've lost their mind. More like their electromagnetic signal. Oh, nice. Look, it's nature. Oh my gosh. Somebody can't pick up their dog poop right on the middle of the walkway. That's ridiculous. You're having like this serene moment and then somebody's dog crap is on the walkway. it goes. Human beings, we're dirty. Nasty, nasty. There's those interesting pine trees again. Kind of berries. For after hours access or in case of emergency. Just in case I get locked out. I don't think I will though. Are those frogs or, oh, look at those. Or crickets. Or katydids. Look at those pretty pink flowers. The whole tree's covered with them. Wow, that's pretty. It's kind of a cool shot, isn't it? And when I walked up the hill, your phone got signal. Missed calls and all. He changed carriers, right? Oh, right here. It smells so pretty. That's true, Wyoming girl. Thank goodness I've got a battery pack on charge here. Oh boy, I love these. Wow, this is the biggest one I've ever seen. Look at this. It's got the little lanterns all over it. Oh boy. This whole tree. Aren't they amazing? They're like little lanterns. This is how horror movies. You always tell me that. Oh, that's a big tree with a lot of lanterns. That's so cool. I know the horror movie is Glory Be's Lost again, right? And Wrong Way Wanda's sending her in circles. Look at these little guys. Oh my gosh, aren't they whimsical? Look at that. That's really neat. Oh, I love these. Oh, there's a bumblebee. There's a bumblebee right here. Oh, ooh. I'm not bothering you. Oh my gosh, isn't that the neatest? That's so neat. All kinds of bumblebees getting pollen. Must be a sports field across the way. Hey, Piedmont Penguin. This is the Arboretum, the National Arboretum in Washington, D.C. I know, Israel. It's been really upsetting and disturbing and horrific. All those words. The beginning of this is the Stand With Israel rally at Freedom Plaza in Washington, D.C. And our politicians weren't really very inspiring, but the people that were speaking for Israel and Israelites were amazing. It was very, very touching, and we all sang the national anthem, and then they sang, oh, I wish I could remember the name of it, in Hebrew. Where's KB when I need her? I would strongly recommend watching at least that part. It's very, very touching. And we're praying for peace in Times Square in New York City, where Palestinian Americans and Israeli Americans are standing together with many other people against the propaganda that's being pushed all over the world on people, that we should have hate and things like that. So we're praying for peace for that rally today, as Muslim, Christians, and Jews are standing together. Sorry, y'all, this is like very steep olive hill. Look at the leaves on this. Those are little masterpieces, aren't they? Absolutely. I don't think anybody wants to see the suffering of innocent human beings anywhere. That is for sure. We got banana plants. Well, it would certainly be good if the innocent people would be able to leave Gaza, the Gaza Strip for sure. We're praying for all of them. This madness stops too.
Yeah.
Or like birthright trips. And like always
Everybody's talking about it. That's good. Well, especially if they're being targeted. Oh, look at this. So we're just kind of balancing it out here, Piedmont Penguin, because it's an emotional day for everybody. One of the politicians said something about for those affected, and it's like, well, who's not affected? Everybody is. Absolutely everybody has been affected. It is like a 9/11, you know, where it doesn't matter if you were there or, you know, not, you're affected by it. It's traumatic, and especially so for the families and the people, you know, who are being held captive. God forbid. I've been praying for God to release them from any tortures, or to just please free them and then heal them from any of tortures. One of the speakers today, and I'd have to go back in the film, said something particularly stupid, something about the sins of the tragedies, and I'm like, there's no sin if you're a victim of tragedy. The way that he said it wasn't quite clear. You know, if he was talking about the person committing the tragedy or the victims of the tragedy, but it kind of rolled all into the whole statement around it, which was about the victims of the tragedies, of assaults and torture. I'm sorry, the victims of torture, and I don't know. It was just a very strange statement, because there's no sin. I don't think that I missed anything in the Old Testament that would say that there's sin in having been tortured. You know, the release of the sin committed upon them, or of the sin of the other person committing the torture on them. I don't know. It just wasn't worded very well. It just struck me. There's one thing that's very, very strange. Look at this, you guys. We're standing in the sun, the harsh sunlight right here, right? There's the harsh sun. And then you look, that's bamboo, and you come through here, and it's like a little archway, a little doorway into paths, into the cool forest. Isn't that neat? And the temperature drops about 5 degrees. This is God's amazing beauty. Squirrels are hopping around everywhere, storing up for the winter. Absolutely, Carol. You know, people were afraid for me, and it's like, I've got the armor of God cloaking me, and you know, it's His will and not mine be done. I certainly don't set out to try to suffer. I don't care for suffering. I sometimes even hide from it. But today I felt very pressed to go and be with people. And I was so grateful that you all came and joined me. Look at this neat ring that the bamboo kind of created here. Incense bamboo. I don't know if they planted it that way or if it grew that way, but that's pretty neat. People like to walk through the middle of it. And they've carved on this tree. I hear you, little squirrel. You want to bark at me. Well, J6, I'm sorry, Piedmont Penguin, some of that, I can't disagree with. And I think that a lot of the J6ers, not all of them, but some of them would probably agree with you as well, that they had done some stupid things, but consider the circumstances. And if you've got flashbangs and rubber bullets and mace on older people, elderly people, and you've got a crowd of that size, and you've got people screaming, go in, and then you have, the flashbangs going over people's heads, which pushes people forward. If you had been there just even filming, would you have wound up in the Capitol by accident? It's possible. It's very possible. That's why I don't condemn anybody that wound up in that position, It does to me seem like there was a bigger plan going on there that had strategy. It does seem that way. Let us be proven wrong. Or just told the truth. Either way, what it was. There's a squirrel in there. Right? And so you've got all of that craziness going on. So what would you have wound up being prompted to do that you kind of think is stupid is really my point. It's if I hadn't been working that day in crisis intervention, and it had come up on my TV, I probably would have been there. And I can get caught up in things just like anybody else can. I'm not going to put myself above it, that's for damn sure, because I've gotten caught up in things before, which I thought later on, like, what in the world? That's not even like you. So I try to look at the greater context. Another horrific situation, absolutely. Okay, I'm a little bit more in the woods than I probably need to be. Squirrels hopping everywhere. Alright, I wanted to go over to the Asia Valley, but I'm not really prepared for this. My walking stick's back in the car. But I definitely want to come and do this one day. Because I have not done this part yet. Which I think is the Asia Valley portion. Because y'all know I'm all about some wooded trails. But I'll do something stupid here and I'll keep looking and wondering what's up around the next corner. What's up around the next corner, and then I wind up locked in the Arboretum because they close at 5. That'd be just like me, wouldn't it? Who knew? Do you think most people look that up and think that it's illegal for us to walk into the United States Capitol just because they're holding session? I wouldn't have known that one. I've had to ask myself that honestly, because I thought it was kind of foolish maybe to walk in the Capitol. And then I thought to myself, honestly, when you've got people pushing you to do it, and they seem like they know something that you don't, would I have thought that it was okay? I don't know. I wasn't there. Well, how do you feel about the congressman who pulled the fire alarm? I mean, if they're going to prosecute J6ers, then they need to prosecute him. Either that or everybody goes free. And there were some people who committed crimes and admitted that they committed crimes that day. But I would imagine that anybody who committed a crime that day, that they've probably already done most of their time for it. that is a J6er that's been, you know, I'm not talking about burden them. They need to be held accountable. The officer who beat Roseanne, and there's a lot of things that still need to come to light. I realized I was asked about, I knew not to enter a federal building. I was asked about going. I said no. Oh, there you go. Okay. Yeah, but you knew? Okay. Well, it didn't look good. Yeah, it didn't look good at all. When you turn it on the TV, I was extremely guilty. Yep. All right, now look at this beautiful scenery. Look at this interesting tree. I don't have bug bracelets on either, and now the mosquitoes found me. No. Oof, no. Alright, I don't want to walk all the way down the river again. What time is it? Oh, I might as well. These pretty flowers. He had to be blind not to realize that was a fire alarm, right? Oh, I would have shown up at the protest for sure. Parte Banza. I think y'all know that about me. I would have shown up if I had not been at work, and we had all the clients were brand new and raw, right off the street. They were going through it. So much so that I told the director of the place, I think I'm going to shut the TV off. This is too much for them. And she goes, I don't disagree. We didn't need anybody running out and using because they thought it was the end of the world, you know, when they just started their recovery journey. They were my priority that day, and that's the way it remained. Yeah, but I think those of us that do protest a lot, you know, and go to protest a lot, we often, I think a lot of us often ask ourselves, you know, what would we have done if we were there? And I think the circumstances could have pushed a whole lot of people in a whole lot of directions they wouldn't have thought they would have gone. So, friendly? Oh, good. Beautiful, too. Hi. That was a chocolate lab. Bruce, hi. Let's go back to Daniel Boonday's Hunt for Food and Grow Fruits, Vegetables, and have chicken for eggs. What you think? It sounds really good to me. Let's go. I'm ready. Oh, I was watching a great thing last night. Honestly, I missed the rest of the... I've learned how to give myself breaks from the current events, etc. And I wound up watching a terrific YouTube of a fella camping out and fishing for 7 days in the snow and ice in Ontario. And oh, it was a great video. So relaxing, just watching him build fires, chop wood, scoop out the ice thing to go fishing, cook up a quick meal on his stove. That was great. There's the hydrangea again, so pretty. Wow. Herd mentality, exactly. Yeah, we all think that we'd be like so above it. You know, our egos and our egos tell us, you know, that we wouldn't have gotten caught up, but I know myself too well to think that I couldn't be like anybody else and get caught up by accident. Not me, Glorby. Come on. Mosquito or gnat or whatever loves me. Go away. Boy, when they find you, and then they tell everybody else to come find you, those gnats. That's a pretty tree. Oh, that was a good little hike. Nice. Look at the ginkgo. Ginkgos. They're beautiful leaves, don't they? Ginkgos are living survivors of the dinosaur period. They have been around for over 200 million years and haven't changed much. If the ginkgo hadn't been preserved in temples in China, Japan, and Korea, it wouldn't be here today. Ginkgos are related to conifers. They are both gymnosperms. Today, ginkgos are tough street trees able to withstand pollution in city life. Huh? Interesting. It's a pretty one, isn't it? Yes, he sent me that way and threw in this nature respite as a bonus. Absolutely. And all I had to do was be willing. Isn't that beautiful? That's all it took. So we were in the Asian collections, and there's still more trails to explore. How wonderful. Isn't that great? I don't know, you got me, Piedmont Penguin. You'll have to look that one up and tell me. I know a guy that takes his boys out for camping, fishing, and teaching them because they are young boys. And that great way to get mind off this world stuff. Amen. Absolutely. Oh. These little things take you far, far away from it all. And it's very, very healthy. Burnout is real, and it can happen to anybody. You know, even if somebody's homebound and they're watching, you know, and participating from home, it can be very overwhelming and could cause depression and anxieties, you know, so we have to be very careful. Make sure we go sit out on the porch and get some vitamin D and some fresh air, or open a window and sit next to it, you know, if we can't get outside, and just breathe that cool fall air. Take a moment to thank God for the beauty that He gives us despite our wickedness that stirs up everything beautiful that He made, and thank Him for all the hope and mercy and His love and His greater plan. So, balance is good. All right, we're back in the car. Ooh, that's good. I worked up a little sweat. That's good for me. Hello, Checkers Firelight. The Richmond Folk Festival. Ooh, that sounds fun. You had to take a break? Good for you. Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. Just taking that break when you need to. Sorry, I'll put you up on the dashboard. I'll try to put you on the dashboard. Let's see. Beep, 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 beep. There we go. You don't like to drive? Yeah, Richmond, it's not a very pretty drive getting to Richmond from here. Oh, Brenda, did you get a good little break there too? I hope so. I hope so. A little bit of political talk there, but that's all right. That's what's happening. Oh my gosh, I can't fold these window things. Oh, the Bluegrass Festival. Oh my gosh, one day I'd love to go to that. That's awesome. My sister's been to that. Ooh, boy, we gotta get some windows or something going here. Hello, Lenazy, welcome. So we've been streaming for a long time, and we're gonna drive through the Arboretum Park, back through it, and then I'm gonna cut the stream and let the phone charge for tonight. But let's all drive back through the Arboretum together. The Folk Festival is free. Wow. That's cool. Alright, that was beautiful. Beautiful day for that. So I walked around the city, just a few blocks anyway in the city. And then stood for the whole rally, and then went hiking. I'd say this is a pretty good day for cardio. Not too bad. After all that standing, I think it was probably good that I went for a walk. That's for sure. Sorry about that fan sound, but we've got to have the fan going while the sun is blazing on us. Well, now, how are we going to see through my filthy window? Oh my goodness. I know better than to do that. Now remember, these fields were all yellow in the spring. They were so yellow. Not sure. Let's try this way. That's pretty fields. Wow, these fields have a lot of color in them. Three commissioners chose the name. D.C. was chosen by George Washington September 9th, 1971. Interesting. Well, but the first capital was York, Pennsylvania. I really want to go out the back way. Pretty furs. Japanese maple. The trees and they're just so well taken care of that they're just amazing. They're like the perfect shape for each tree, you know. So it's just amazing. Ooh, look at the color. This color's starting to come out on that one. Nice. Get some colors straight ahead here. That's a few hours away from me, Piedmont. I'm going to be having a auction on Sunday, unless politics, you know, something getting away, something comes up like that definitely needs to be covered, like today. Wow. Look at this. Oh my gosh, y'all. I haven't seen one of these since I was a kid. Is that a piñata in the tree? No, it's a bulb-faced hornet's nest. I have not seen one since I was a kid. Look at that. And my windows are up, I can tell you that. Oh man. Wow. I think really they should have signs up the street too for people who are allergic, because that would be really bad. Isn't that something, y'all? Oh. And we're just out hiking in the woods, not really paying attention to too much. Oh my goodness, isn't that something? That is amazing. Yeah, it's pretty big. We know they get a lot bigger, but that's pretty big. Wow. Wowie, wow, wow, wow. Really amazing. I kind of want to see if you can hear it, but that's just foolishness. Look at that. Wow. It's kind of sinister looking, because you know the damage they could do. Oh, really, really fascinating, isn't it? $17.91. There you go, Linnaeus. Gotcha. Wow, that was really wild. Not this way. Gosh, I almost wanted to warn them. So anyone who's allergic to bees, make sure you have a EpiPen if you come to the Arboretum. The Telly Dwarf and Slow Growing Conifer Collection. Oh my gosh, it's 4:52. We gotta find that entrance. Or the exit. The maps where I could grab them really quick in the Subaru. No, I don't have that here. I think I gotta go this way. Did I just go that way? I did. That's why you don't chat too much. God bless you, Linnaeus. That's so frustrating. Bless your heart. Nice, McFly. Wow, that took a while, didn't it? 4 days? Well, oh, I guess that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Oh, I'm so glad you love it. Aww. The colors all turned out really well on that, didn't they? If I do say so myself. I don't know how to get out of here. Oh my goodness. Let's see what this says. I am so glad you love it. That's one of my favorites I think I've ever made. Holly and Magnolia collections. Magnolias. And the hollies. Isn't it lush in here? Okay, let me see. Beach, Spring Pond, Fern Valley, Hollies, Magnolias, and New York Avenue exit. That way, so let's go this way. But I think that this park must be about preserving species too. You know, like tree species and everything, so we don't lose things. Pond parking, New York Avenue exit. So let's go left. Oh, it's the pond straight ahead there. Officials and officers moving barricades, ushering folks inside. Uh-oh, Carol, what did I miss? What are you watching? Oh, from the day. Gotcha. Oh, everybody should try to go here. This was like driving by and not understanding what it was. I thought it was maybe like bunkers hidden under the hills or something. You know, that's the way it looks like from the outside. And I just didn't know. I didn't really know that you could go in here, and then I didn't know why you'd want to go in here. And boy, did I find out how wrong I was. I was so wrong. This is the children's garden over here. This is pretty neat. They have kind of camp type events, you know, like day camp stuff. Oh, and here are the old pillars from the Capitol. For those of you who haven't seen them, those are the original pillars that they replaced when they changed the front of the Capitol. And so those are the original Capitol pillars standing there. Pretty neat. And it's a huge photography location for brides and things like that. Yeah, so I think Carol's saying that she can see how it happened too. You know, how people run up inside that would have thought maybe they would have never done that. Yep. I don't know which way is out, so let's try this way. Do a little driving today too. Grove of state trees, picnic area, and restrooms. And there's an old entrance there, which is kind of neat looking. Oh, that looked right. Oh, dang it. Come back around again. Ooh, look at that tree, y'all. Ooh, we got some color. Beautiful. It's happening. That's some fall right there. Yay, we saw some. Isn't that interesting looking though, with the pillars just sitting there on that hill? You wish the resolution was better? Oh, it looks good on my end. I've got it on the 720. If I do any more than that, then the phone heats up. Really, it's my windshield is filthy. And also, I've been running the live stream for so long that that can mess up with that can mess the resolution. It starts buffering a little bit. Sorry, y'all. Look at that, my brand new windshield wiper. This is one of the best phones out there, they said, for this. This is what I was going to do. But this is a long time. I've been going for 4 hours and 35 minutes. Can you believe that? Already I messed that windshield wiper up. Oh, good. I'm glad that helps. Now you can come over here when it's earlier and you can sit by the koi fish pond and you will see the most gorgeous, enormous koi fish that you've ever seen in your life. in the pond that goes all around the visitor center there. It's very, very awesome. Let's see, what does this say? Friendship Garden, Boxwoods Perennials, Gardens and Collections. Oh my gosh, how do I get out of here? They have Arbor House, gift shop offices, Friends of the National Arboretum, National Capital Area Federation of Gardens Clubs. Here we go, got it. It's right here. We made it. Windshield wipers are serious, I know. Susie and AJ usually bring me a set when they come from Ohio. There's so much stuff that falls out of the trees over my driveway. It's an old neighborhood here. Alright, if you haven't smashed that like button, y'all, thank you for smashing it. I'm so grateful. I've got 224 likes today. So I'm grateful for how many people participated and wanted to do the rally with me. Thank you so much. It means so much to all of us, doesn't it? Look at that pretty house. Oldie, huh? Got a lot of cool architecture on it. I mean, I don't know. I love these old homes here. They're very old. Oh, they're redoing that one. Wow. Aww. I'm so glad somebody redid that. I was thinking what a shame it would have been to let it go. Glory be to God, Briggs. Absolutely. Charge the phone now, and then I'll be back on in a little bit for the vigil. We've got Stormtrooper and Tammy are going to the north. Oh my gosh, to the other jail, I can't think of the name of it. And then the rest of us will be holding it down at the corner behind the DC jail. And I will look forward to seeing y'all in a little bit, but I definitely need to charge up my phone or we will not outlast the vigil. So I'm going to sign off for now, and I love you all. God bless you all. I appreciate each and every one of you, and we will see you in a little bit. Glory be to God.